Hey guys, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Sorry I'm a little late. I just got off another live and let's get into it. So this started. All right, so we're on the clock right now, but let's go back. So what time is it? It's 11:12. So look, y'all, okay? So court did come to order right before 9 and let's hold on. Let's advance time. So here we are in court, like right around 7 after 9. And let's hear what's going on. Okay. So we're about 2 hours behind. Good morning, everyone. Let's see what happens as you come
Your
in.
Honor, back on the record on the matter of the Commonwealth versus Stefon Diggs.
All right, good morning. Could I see counsel briefly at sidebar, please?
Y'all, good morning. All right. So they're doing their little sidebar. All right. Now it's almost a quarter after. All right. Looks like the jury's getting ready to come in.
Court, all rise. Hey. All persons having anything to do with the Honorable Jean Marion Carroll, First Justice of the District Court, now sitting in Dedham, within and for the Commonwealth, draw near, give your attendance, and he shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This honorable court is now in session. You may be seated.
All right, good morning, jurors. I hope you had a good evening, and I just want to inquire and see, has any member of the jury had any difficulty following my instructions not to discuss this case with anyone, not to visit any areas that have been mentioned in connection with this matter since yesterday? I see no hands raised and all heads going in the right direction. Thank you. And how about, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case outside of this courtroom?
Were you over at a YouTube channel called Real Talk Bougie?
Since yesterday that has affected or would affect your ability to consider this case in any way as a fair and impartial juror? Yeah, thank you all very much. All right, with that, I think we're ready to proceed. Commonwealth, is the witness available?
Yes, I believe we're in cross.
We are. Reminder.
Just a reminder that you're still under oath.
Okay. And Ms. Adams, again, that's the same as yesterday. If you could do your best to keep your voice up, that is appreciated.
Yes.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Adams, on January 1st, 2026, you sent Steph's girlfriend a text message that later appeared on TMZ's website, correct?
Yes.
And in that text message, you told Steph's girlfriend that you were so sorry, but you couldn't talk to her, right?
Yes.
And you told Steph's girlfriend in that text message, I didn't say that, especially in the way it was written.
Yes.
Right? And you were talking about the statement that you made to the Dedham police, right?
It was a voicemail, and I didn't listen. I read it, the transcript. So I didn't know her voice.
When you told Steph's girlfriend on January 1st, 2026.
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry. So
I
don't
haven't
wanna
finished my
answer it.
question. When you told Steph's girlfriend on January 1st, 2026, in a written text message, I didn't say that, you were referring to the statements that were reported in the press that you gave to the Dedham Police Department, correct?
I don't understand your question.
Did you or did you not write those words?
I don't understand your question without further explaining.
You can't testify under oath to this jury what you meant by the words you wrote to Steph's girlfriend on January 1st, 2026?
I'm sorry. I don't understand your question without further explaining.
You also asked Steph's girlfriend to quote, please call my mediator and she will answer everything you need to know, but only in person and confidentially. Right? Your mediator's name is Lynette Marie, right?
Lynette Marie.
Thank you. She's also known as Lynette Marie Turner.
I don't know.
You don't know your mediator's last name?
I don't know her. She's married. I don't know her exact last name.
Your mediator works for a company called LMT Global, correct?
Yes, that's her company.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Ooh, did you see the way she dropped it on the thing? Look, I'm sorry. Girl, okay, catch this. She dropped it like, ugh, okay. She didn't make a face, but the hand said it all, okay?
I'm showing you a corporate document from the state of Michigan. It is an amended annual report filed by LMT Global Corporation. Can you please read the name of the president of that company?
Objection, Your Honor.
Y'all, okay, we're going to have to put on 1.2. This is going to take us all day. I'm just saying, I think, look, I'm going to just, Sean Holly, where are you at? Okay. Sean Holly for who? The defense side? Because Sean Holly would be, Sean Holly would be on like some hibachi, you know what I'm saying? Like, you think that this lady needed Sean Holly to help coach her or something? Because this lady is really doing a good job at not as, you know, look, Mila is not, she's trying to protect her story. And I get it, you know, I get it. But I think at a certain point, it's not going to go well with the jury. She's just coming off as unlikable. And it does make a difference whether the jury likes you or not. Whether they like you or not can sway them whether they believe you or not. You know what I mean? You can have someone unlikable who is also believable, but also when there's discrepancies and some of the situations she got caught up in yesterday, it's not good. I don't know if Cole, we'll try. Okay. Turn your volume all the way up because I've got it up as much as I possibly can. This is what I'm also going to say. I just hit closed caption on here. I don't know if it's going to come up or not, but what I'll also say is hit the ellipsis on your computer. If you're on Chrome, hit your ellipsis and hit settings and go to, it's like live settings or something. Hold on a second. Let me see. Go to settings. Portia, hush. Girl, okay. Where is it? I think it's under accessibility tools. Yeah. Look. Hit your ellipsis, the three buttons up top, right underneath the X out. If you're in Chrome, go to accessibility, go to settings, go to accessibility and hit live captions. Okay. Live captions is going to do something weird to my computer. It'll work on yours. So you can actually individually set your own live captions. Okay. Hopefully that works for somebody. But I did hit CC on YouTube and it may or may not show because this was live. Okay. But if it shows, great. If it doesn't, you can set it on your own. Also, the volume is all the way up. Okay. So put your volume all the way up too.
Your mediator, Lynette Marie, issued a money demand to Stefon Diggs on December 29th, the day the criminal complaint in this case issued, right?
I'm not sure of the date.
Oh, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
If she recognizes it.
Do you recognize this email from L. Marie on December 29, 2025 to Stefon Diggs and a number of other people?
No, I don't recognize it.
You've never seen this money demand before.
I seen the money demand after I was. That's it. I don't recognize the email.
Testimony under oath is that your mediator made a money demand on December 29th for money for you from Mr. Diggs.
Money for past
the
wages.
same day the criminal complaint in this case issued, and you didn't see it?
I can't answer that question.
I'm sorry?
I can't answer that question without explaining further.
Can't answer that question under oath.
Without explaining.
Your mediator demanded $19,000 on that date, didn't she?
For wages owed, yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike that.
Overruled. Answer stands.
Sorry.
Answer stands.
Thank you, Your Honor. You've made another money demand in this case, haven't you? Actually, before we get there, the
I didn't get a
19,000,
chance to answer the question.
before we get there,
Are you withdrawing your
yes,
question,
the
counsel?
question is withdrawn. Thank you, Your Honor. After the money demand for $19,000 was provided to Stefon Diggs, on February 13th, you issued a public statement, didn't you?
Yes.
And in that public statement, you said, I have never sought money to settle this matter, right?
I haven't.
And by the middle of April, you had hired a lawyer to represent you, right?
For workers' comp.
That's a yes or no question, ma'am.
Yes, for workers' comp.
Your Honor, may the witness be instructed to please answer the questions posed.
Witness answered your question.
All right. And for workers' comp, the lawyer you hired, is she sitting in this room right now?
Yes.
And she helped you prepare for your testimony in this case, right?
She came to support me.
She came to the meeting with the Commonwealth's lawyer to help prepare you for your testimony in this case, correct?
I don't know how to answer that question.
You can't answer that question under oath, ma'am?
No,
You met with the prosecutor last Thursday, right? With your lawyer,
I was
right?
told to have a lawyer because you guys asked me to plead the fifth on some things. So I was instructed to have my lawyer come.
So your testimony under oath is that the Commonwealth's attorney instructed you to bring your private lawyer?
Or a lawyer that you guys offered a lawyer. So I brought my private lawyer.
I'm sorry, when you say you guys, do you mean me, defense counsel for Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
Is your testimony under oath that I had some role in your preparation session with the district attorney's office to prepare you for your testimony in this case?
I was told that the defense said I needed to have a lawyer or they were going to provide a lawyer, something in that context about pleading the fifth about messages. So I brought my lawyer, which was when I walked to the side of the judge yesterday.
Your personal lawyer is here today, correct?
My workers' comp.
She's with the law firm of Boston Law. That's a law firm here in Dorchester, Massachusetts.
Ma'am, I think that was like, I apologize, but you do need to keep your voice up. I don't know if you're able to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Tell the jury how much I think you described her as a workers' comp lawyer.
I got her because I was injured on the job and I needed to file a workers' comp case. Stefon Diggs did not have proper workers' comp
Your Honor.
insurance.
May-
The final portion of that answer will be stricken and you will disregard it. Ms. Adams, if you could just listen to the question, answer the question, and if you need it rephrased, counsel will certainly rephrase it for you. Next
Okay.
question.
Thank you, Your Honor. 3 weeks ago, your lawyer demanded $5.5 million from Mr. Diggs, didn't he?
Mr. Diggs offered me $100,000
Ma'am,
to recant my statement.
is a yes.
That is the
Your Honor,
only.
Maybe these.
Yes, and move this right. Your last part of the witness's answer is stricken. The last part of the witness's response will be stricken as non-responsive. You will disregard it and you will not.
I'm gonna just say this real quick. Look, ma'am is not giving no leeway, and she's sticking, girl. She's sticking with the script. So I mean, we can't be mad. Mila is in her feelings because Stefon did not acknowledge her in the court. So I guess she's going scorched earth. Okay, and she's an attractive woman. Um I could not find her Instagram. I saw a picture of her in some sort of blue dress that's supposed to be her. I'm not convinced, but I'm not sure. Girl, I don't know who it was. Y'all, by the time lunchtime is over, we'll probably be caught up because keep in mind, lunch is like 2 hours and they've only been at this for just a couple of hours. So probably by lunch, we'll be caught up. And then if you're wondering about the Jarvis Butts drops, I watched them last night. Girl, I listened to both videos in totality twice. One of them, I think, 3 times, girl. Baby, those jail calls are a fool. Okay. We'll talk about those later today. Okay. If we can't get through both, we'll definitely get through at least one, if not both of them, but we're gonna try. Anywho, y'all, let's keep going because ma'am is not gonna make this easy. Are they getting ready to excuse the jury for a break already? Look at this. Look at the time clock. Okay.
This way, please.
Okay, so girl.
This court stands to the recess.
I mean, I think it is a problem. She has accused the defense of having something to do with her prep, which they're probably wanting to talk to the judge about this. Look, girl, they're on break. Look, so it's right at 9:30. It's going all the way to oh my God. Jesus. They literally sat down for like 10, 15 minutes. It's almost damn 10 o'clock and they getting ready. Look at this. See, that's why we didn't even need to come on time. These folks, baby, they stopped so many times. All right, so now they're coming back. Okay, they're probably going to say, "Look, Miss Adams, for the 55th time, can you please just answer the questions? We don't need any additional context. We don't need any additional. Please just answer the questions."
Court's back in session. You may be seated.
Where's the volume?
And it's that you're responsible for answering questions that are critical. If you don't understand a question, you can say that. And I'm sure counsel will rephrase. If you can't hear a question, tell them that as well. But courtrooms function and especially trials, unfold in a question and answer format. This is not an opportunity for you to interject your own narrative and evade responding to questions the court deems appropriate. And if you continue to do so, your entire testimony may be stricken. Am I clear? Yes.
So she's now given her an admonishment, in my opinion. She has admonished her that basically we are fenced to throw you out. We fenced to throw you out. And the prosecutor is either going to it's either going to be a mistrial potentially. It's going to be it's you just lost your witness. We're going to have to proceed without, if they have a case without this witness. It could be the difference, but it could be bad. So she's been admonished by the judge and she's been given a very strict warning. If you continue, we're going to throw out your testimony. And basically, where's the case without that?
All rise, jurors enter.
Thanks to the new members. Thank you, Ivy McKinney. Thank you. 22 months. Thank you, sis. I appreciate that. Thank you to my new members, too. I appreciate y'all so much. July Ruby, thank you.
Jurors, at this point, I just want to be clear on one point, all right? And it's the following. You may not consider anything you heard that was stricken from the record. When an answer is stricken from the record, it does not exist. And in determining what the facts are from this case, you're sworn to determine those facts solely and exclusively from the evidence presented, and you may not consider any answer that I have stricken. All right? Thank you. You may proceed. Thank you, counsel.
Ms. Adams, 3 weeks ago, your lawyer demanded $5.5 million from Stefon Diggs, correct?
That is client lawyer privilege. I cannot speak on that.
She said that is client lawyer privilege. Hold on. Y'all. Why does it say Stefon Dick on the I didn't do that. I'm not in charge of CC, but it says Stefon Dick. Y'all, I can't make this up. CC thinks his name is Stefon Dick. Okay, let me stop. I'm sorry. Now, let's get back to business. The defense is asking, ma'am, did you ask for $5.5 million? And she says, now, what'd she say?
Client lawyer privilege. I cannot speak on that.
Okay. Dick, that is client. Dick. Okay. All right. I'm not going to interrupt anymore. I'm sorry. Because look, I'm okay.
That is client lawyer privilege. I cannot speak on that.
You believe that your lawyer's communications to Stefon Diggs are covered by your attorney-client privilege, ma'am?
I can't answer that question. I don't know the answer to that question.
You know that someone on your behalf has demanded $5.5 million from Stefon Diggs, don't you?
I have a workers' comp claim, and
Your Honor?
I've explored all civil options.
Ma'am,
I don't understand.
are
the
you
question.
able to
Sorry.
answer
No.
that question?
No, I'm
Counsel,
not
restate
able
the
to.
question, please.
You know that someone on your behalf has demanded $5.5 million from Stefon Diggs.
Do you know that, Miss Adams?
No. I don't know. Sorry, I don't know how to answer the question. I don't understand.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Your Honor, before we direct, may we be heard at side by? Of course. Thank you.
I'm going to be honest with you. I almost feel like based on her she's the main witness for the prosecution, and I would imagine Stefan would be one of the main witnesses for his case if he felt he had to testify. Right now, I don't think he even needs to get up there because it would be a disaster, because if he did yoke her up, you know what I'm saying? The truth is the truth. At the end of the day, I still don't believe that I still am open to the concept that Stefan may have yoked her up, because just my observation, it's quite possible he did that. However, he doesn't even need to get on the stand at this point because this is really going bad for the prosecution. And that's just my opinion. Someone else could say different. Um, I just think that at this point right now, baby, his lawyers just need to keep doing what they're doing, and it's going to be either not, maybe not even a dismissal. Hopefully they'll find they will give him a verdict. Okay, I'm gonna say it like that. They'll give him a verdict, and it probably is not going to be in her favor or the prosecution's favor right now, but we got more testimony to go, so we're going to keep going, right?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday, defense counsel showed you a form about that you filled out to the police,
Yes.
and they made a point that you the hand, but not the forearm and elbow. May I approach? I'm putting a form in front of you. If you could just take a look at that and look up that, recognize it,
Yes.
and I may direct the witness's attention. Could you read right here when it says the expected injury? Or
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
is there anywhere on that form where you do note the forearm and forearm being used to choke you?
Objection. Your
Yes.
Sidebar.
On Cross, I believe there's some questions about the text messages leading up to the assault.
Yes.
And, do you have still a binder in front of you?
Yes.
Do you mind opening to section 3 and to pages ending in 114?
Okay.
Would you mind reading the text messages from page 114 to 117?
And I'm running that bitch life. The next text message doesn't say anything. I won't be paying you shit.
And would you mind just saying who's saying?
Okay, I said the first. I and running that bitch life is what I said. Mr. Diggs said, I won't be paying you shit. Fuck, I look like paying you and paying another chef. Is you high, bitch? Who the fuck give you money for your business? Who the fuck gotta give you money for your business? I don't gotta do a motherfucking thing. And you can get whoever you want. You got my address. Tell them to come take the money then. Fuck you talking about. I said, bet. Pussy. I said pussy. Show me I'm pussy. Will do.
That's all.
That's it.
In your experience as a personal chef, is it common practice that when chefs get sent away, they get paid for the week that they get sent away?
Yes,
Objection. Your
because
Honor.
that's the only job I have.
And I know on Cross it came out that you made a public statement where you said, I've never sought money to settle this case. When you said this case, was that referring to the criminal case? Or?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Go ahead.
That series of text messages that you just read, that was in response to you saying after you were fired by Mr. Diggs, you will be paying me out for the season and the money. I'm sorry, and this is on page 113 of Exhibit 3. You will be paying me out for the season and the money you said you would give me for my business. Wasted my fucking time being here because you got a fucking circus going on, right?
Yes.
So when he said he wouldn't be paying you, he was referring to your demand that after you leave your employment on December 2nd, he nonetheless continued to pay you $2,000 a week for the rest of the New England Patriots football season while you were not working for him, right?
That's not how it goes.
You will be paying me out for the season, right?
I was a contracted employee.
It's a yes or no question, ma'am.
I don't know how to answer that question. Sorry.
And before you said that, if you turn just one page back to page 112, what Mr. Diggs said to you that you were responding to was, I'm going to leave you be. Thank you for cooking for me for this season. I appreciate you. Hate it even got to this. That's what you were responding to when you told him he would be paying you out for the season, right?
No, it's a full context of those messages.
Ma'am, was the message that came from Mr. Diggs that preceded your demand that you be paid out for the season? Thank you for cooking for me this season. I appreciate you. I'm going to leave you be.
Can you say that again?
You can look right down there on page 112. I'm going to leave you be.
What was your question?
I'm not finished. Thank you for cooking for me for this season. You can read along and correct me if I get it wrong. I appreciate you. Hate it even got like this, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And you were really hoping that Mr. Diggs would give you some money so you could open your own restaurant, weren't you?
Objection.
That was our agreement.
That was what you wanted him to give you, right?
That was an agreement.
Ma'am, is this a contract suit?
Objection.
This is an assault.
That objection is sustained. Witness doesn't have to answer.
Withdrawn, Your Honor. Thank you.
There's no question in front of the witness.
You wanted him to pay you to open your own restaurant, right?
I want him to pay me past wages.
Okay. Just one moment, Your Honor, please. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anything else?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Commonwealth calls Kenneth Ellis of the Deputies.
Watch yourself. You're gonna remain standing and face the court.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sit as name.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, see?
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, it's Kenneth Ellis, Ellis,
And what do you do for a living?
Dedham Police Officer,
And how long have you been an officer at the Dedham Police?
18 years,
And what's your rank?
patrolman.
And prior to being an officer at Dedham, did you go anywhere else? Were you an officer anywhere else?
I was not.
Prior to being an officer at Dedham Police, did you go through any sort of special training or academy?
I did. I went through a police academy in Randolph.
And how long was that? What did you do in the police academy?
I was about 25 weeks, I believe.
And-
Everything from law, different aspects of the law, criminal law, constitutional law, motor vehicle. We had emergency vehicle operation, firearms, report writing, first aid, things like that.
Turning your attention now to December 16th, 2025. Do you recall if you were working that day?
I was.
And do you know what shift?
I was working the day shift, 8 to 4.
And were you out on duty, patrol? What were you doing?
I was assigned to the front desk.
Okay. So when an officer is assigned to the front desk, what are their duties?
You basically just any walk-ins. Sometimes we have the business phone rings, non-emergency line.
When you say walk-ins, is that just someone literally?
Yeah, anyone
walking
can
through the
walk. It's people, ranging from, oh, may I use the restroom, or I'd like to make a report, anything. Yeah, anytime someone comes in, we greet them.
And during that day, did anyone come in?
Yes.
Do you know who that person would be?
Mila Adams.
And when this person came in, you didn't know who that was at the time.
No, no.
And she came in. What, if any, observations did you make of her when she came in?
She sat down on the bench and she was crying.
And did you approach her, or did you wait for her to approach you? How did that?
I actually went. Normally, I speak over the phone. There's a phone to talk to the people in the lobby.
Like behind glass?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. It's like almost like a smoked glass. But because of her demeanor, I went out to speak to her in person.
And did she want to talk to you at first?
No, she did not.
And why?
She asked if there were any female officers working.
And what did you say?
I actually went back to the shift commander's office and I checked the scheduling sheets, and it appeared that there was not one until 4 p.m. that day.
So what did you do?
So I went back and I let her know, and I just told her that, she didn't feel comfortable giving me a statement towards anything, then that's okay. And, if she could come back at 4 o'clock. And then I went back to the desk, I believe, for a bit.
And then what happened?
Then she called me back over and said she would like to give me a statement.
And where did you talk?
So right after you enter the lobby area, there's double doors, and then to the right of the double doors, there's kind of like an interview room. So we do fingerprints for like civilian things, gun permits, things like that.
And what did you talk about?
So she just wanted to give me a statement without mentioning anyone involved.
So what do you mean you didn't want to mention anyone involved?
Well, she said, I'd like to tell you something.
Sustain.
But eventually, did you come to learn the identity of the person that she was talking there
Yes,
talking there about?
I
And
did.
who was that person?
She identified him as Stefon Diggs.
And how many times did you talk to Miss Adams?
Just that time in person, and then I believe there was multiple emails, and then it was probably 2 more times on the phone, maybe 3.
I want to draw your attention to the binder in front of you. Do
Sure.
you mind looking at that first flip the page of that first one, that first tab? There's something in front of you. This is what was previously marked as Exhibit 1. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, that was those were screenshots of text messages that she forwarded me.
So those are the messages that she provided you, right?
Yes, yeah.
That one page, yes. At the conclusion of all your communications with her, what did you do?
So that day, you mean, or
Just at the, I guess, end of, would you call this an investigation? I don't know enough the police term.
yeah. So like once
Incident, I don't know.
at the end of it, which was about 10 days or so, maybe 8, 9, 10 days from the time that she originally reported it, I ended up filing a criminal complaint.
Against whom?
Mr. Diggs
And for what?
was assault and battery, and strangulation and or suffocation.
Right. No further questions.
Good morning, sir.
I'm going to start at the end there. Thank you for being here.
Sure.
You said you've been a Dedham police officer for 18 years?
Yes, sir.
You just told us a little bit about the investigation, I think is what the DA just described it as. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, essentially.
Yeah. And so that involved what you just said. You took a statement from Miss Adams, you exchanged emails, you got a couple phone calls from her, and then you got a voicemail from her asking you to go to court, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then that's what you did.
I did contact a phone number of Mr. Diggs twice, left voicemails, and was not able to speak to him.
That phone number, you don't know that that's his, correct? You didn't speak to anybody.
One of them I did use the TLO service to confirm his name. It was a 240 exchange.
So I just want to be sure here, Officer Ellis. You called the phone number, correct?
Yes.
You didn't speak to anybody.
No, I did not.
You spoke on the phone to Miss Adams, correct?
Correct.
You spoke in person with Miss Adams on the 16th, right?
I believe it was the 16th, yes.
Right. You didn't speak to any other people, correct? That's
No.
the only human being you spoke to.
No, there was another attorney I spoke to, but I don't believe from your firm.
Okay, so some other attorney.
Yes.
All right. You didn't get any photographs, right?
No, there was none presented.
And there was none to take, right?
Not from me, no.
Right.
Absolutely.
Because when Miss Adams walked in and you observed her,
Yep.
you didn't see anything on her body that said, I should document that.
I did not, no.
And your job is to document what's important, right?
Correct.
And that's why you write a police report.
Yes,
And so about December 16th, you did write a police report, correct?
I did, sir.
And that was documenting the conversation that you had with Ms. Adams, right?
Yes,
And you said you've been a police officer for 18 years. I imagine you've written a lot of police reports.
I would say so.
Okay. And you've spoken to a lot of folks, correct?
Yes.
And you know that you write that report to record all of the important information that
Yes.
that person has,
Yes.
right? To document it.
Correct.
And that's what you did in this case, right?
I did to the best of my ability, yes.
Yes. And so when you spoke to her on December 16th, Miss Adams told you that there was a dispute over text message with Mr. Diggs, correct?
Yes, the initial disagreement, I suppose.
Yeah, and
started
that the
over
disagreement
text
was,
messages.
was about money,
That's
right?
that's what I
That's
was
what she
told.
said.
Yes,
She said they were arguing about money over text messages,
correct.
right?
Correct.
And then he came into her room and this thing happened, correct?
That's what she told me. Yep.
Okay. And then after that, she left her position, right?
That's what. Yeah, she said. Yep.
Meaning her job.
Correct.
And then she told you she did go back to the house on December 9th to get her things, to get her belongings, correct? Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And then the next thing she told you was that she, in that interim period, after she left her position, she went to New York City on December 2nd to be with friends, correct?
Yes,
And when she said that, those were her friends, right?
that's what I believed.
Right. You didn't think she was going to go see somebody else's friends,
No,
correct?
no.
Yes. And it'd be important to you to know if those were Stefon Diggs' friends, right?
I suppose.
That'd be important to your investigation,
Yeah,
wouldn't it be?
yeah.
Okay. And so another thing that was important, I think you already talked about, that was Exhibit 1. You got that right in front of you, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so Miss Adams had said there was an argument over text about money that ended in a physical altercation, correct?
Correct.
And you asked her for the text messages, right?
I believe she offered them. I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, but yes.
And you took them because
Yes.
accepting the text messages that led to physical altercation would be important, right?
Correct.
You want to have that.
Right.
You want to document that.
Right.
All right. And so that's what that is. You received those from Miss Adams by email, correct?
Yes. I did.
And then you documented them, you saved them, and they're sitting right there in front of you right now for trial, correct?
Correct. Correct.
All right. And looking at those text messages, if somebody deleted messages from that before they ever sent it to you, that would be important for you to know, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
If those weren't complete,
Correct. It would.
you would want to know that.
I'd want the whole picture. Correct. Yeah.
Okay. If I may have one moment, Your Honor. I have no further questions. Thank you.
No redirect, Commonwealth rest.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the Commonwealth rests any evidence for the defense.
Defense calls Michael Perry.
You can just remain standing, watch your step, and face the court, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. You may sit.
Let me proceed, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, my name is Michael Perry, last name Perry.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I do digital forensics for a company called Level Blue.
Okay. And how long have you worked for that company in that role?
Essentially 15 years through a number of acquisitions. Level Blue recently acquired Strauss Friedberg, who I worked for a number of years.
All right. So you've been in your position for a number of years, essentially with the same company. The name has changed at the top of the header. Is that fair to say?
That is.
All right. Prior to that, what kind of experience did you have?
Your Honor, Commonwealth would stipulate that this witness's credentials.
All right, thank you. I'll
I'm
leave it
gonna-
to your discretion.
Move along. Thank you. So just quickly, prior, what was your experience to working for the company that ended up becoming Level Blue?
I worked for Strauss Friedberg. Prior to that, Aon. Then Aon acquired Strauss Friedberg. Strauss Friedberg acquired Elysium Digital. So that was kind of the progression. But I held the same position.
Okay. And before that, did you work as an investigator of any kind?
I did. I worked for the Plymouth County Sheriff's Department as a digital evidence analyst.
How long did you do that?
It was about 5 years.
Okay. So my math is correct, you've been analyzing digital evidence for about 20 years then?
That's right.
And you have to undergo certain kinds of specialized training on how to do that?
Yes.
And I imagine if technology is developing, you have to kind of get retrained on that fairly often. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Do you have any experience in dealing with digital data with regard to iPhones?
I do.
Right. And can you just describe kind of when we're talking about digital data from a phone, what does that mean? What does that look like?
Digital data from a phone is, data stored on the phone is extracted out. So I have special tools, forensic tools that I use to connect to the phone, pull all the data that I can from it, and then I load it into some applications to look at the data and find out what data is stored there. And, I can put together reports of data that might be relevant to a case.
Okay. And so when you say data, what does that mean?
So for a phone, it would include the things that you would use your phone for. History of phone calls, text messages, pictures that you take with the phone, maybe some internet browsing.
So when a user does all those things on a phone, is there kind of information recorded inside the phone tracking the user's movements?
It can, yeah. Whatever the user does with the phone typically is stored on the phone.
Understood. I'm going to ask you to take a look at the binder in front of you, Mr. Perry. I'm going to ask you to turn to, I believe it's marked C.
Okay.
You see that front page there, it looks like it says Celebrate at the top right corner. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. What are we looking at there in Exhibit 3?
This is the first page of a report that I put together after preserving one of two of Mr. Diggs's phones. So this is the first page of one of those reports.
All right. And so the report you're talking about, fair to say that's a number of pages there in Exhibit 3, correct?
It is.
All right. And that contains data from the phone that you just mentioned from December 2nd. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
I'm going to ask that you turn the page in Exhibit 3 to, there's a little number on the bottom right corner that says 113 on the right. It ends 113, I should say.
Okay.
All right. So I want to kind of direct your attention here to the two messages in the middle of the page. The first begins, you will be paying me out for the season and the money you said you would give me for my business. It continues. Do you see that kind of blue bubble that we're looking at there?
I do.
Right. What are we seeing on the page here of the report when you see the blue bubble on the left and the green bubble on the right?
So this is an exchange of messages from the two parties. And you might think like, oh, I know blue bubbles and green bubbles. That's familiar. Like blue bubble is an Apple iPhone and a green might be an Android. But in this case, it's just to distinguish between the two parties. So the color doesn't really mean much here in that both parties had iPhones. So these are all just iMessages. But it's the report is in conversation view. So it's meant to look like you're looking at a phone. And so the owner of the phone, Mr. Diggs, is the messages on the right in green, and on the left, they're messages from Ms. Adams in their blue.
Okay. And fair to say, in terms of Mr. Diggs and Miss Adams specifically, that those are, you don't know Miss Adams, correct?
I do not.
You're just going off of the contact information in the phone and the cellular phone number on the page?
That's correct.
Please turn to the next page ending 114. So looking at this box on the box on the left, that page has a bubble that says "in ruining that bitch life." Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Up in the top left corner of that, there are two phone numbers. What are those two phone numbers? What's the significance of the data in the top left corner?
They're it's the contact information for both parties that are in this conversation. So you have a from number. The stored contact name is Mila Chef. And then you have the two, which is the owner of the phone who's receiving the message. That's the numbers in the top left.
Okay. And so would those be the two phones having the conversation in the iMessage chat?
Yes.
Kind of going down to the middle of the page, it indicates there's a time there that says 12/2/2025, 5:35:01 p.m. UTC +0. Can you explain what that means?
Yes, that's the time stamp when the message was read. And UTC is it's a universal time coordinated, which just means universal time, which is the time basically in London at the time. And it's kind of like a standard to base timestamps off of, where at the time of this message in December of 2025, we're not in daylight savings time, so our time zone is -5. So Eastern is -5 from that UTC time.
All right, so the UTC +0, you would need to subtract 5 to get to Eastern Standard?
That's correct.
All right, and so looking down at the bottom here of that same message, in the bottom right corner, it says 12/2/2025, 5:34, 43 seconds PM, UTC +0. What's that?
That's the time the message was delivered to the phone.
And when you say the phone, that would be the user's phone?
That would be the user's phone, Mr. Diggs's phone in this case.
And again, the same calculation would apply. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So that message was delivered to Mr. Diggs's phone at 12:34 p.m. Eastern Standard Time?
That's correct.
Looking at this box, the kind of corner, the bottom right corner we just talked about, you said that's when it was delivered to the phone, the user's phone. Is there any way for, any other way, I should say, for one of these blue boxes, one of these messages to appear in an iMessage chat?
No, I mean, it's just sent from the user that's part of the conversation that we see here.
Okay. And so the user in the right on the green, is there any way that that person could create a message on the other side of the conversation?
No, a user is not able to insert a message into a conversation just on one side of, in their own phone.
So a user could insert messages into iMessage on their own side of the conversation, but not on the side of the person they're talking to.
They can only send the message. They can't go into a conversation and just put a message in there. It has to be sent in that two-way communication.
Conversely, if the user of an iPhone wanted to erase messages on their side of the iMessage chat, would that be possible?
Yes.
If just directing your attention to the bottom right of page 114, there's a green box on the right. That's a message Mr. Diggs sent. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. If that message were deleted, would you be able to tell from the data that was extracted?
Possibly.
Okay.
And the reason why is that on an iPhone, if you delete a message, it actually gets retained for 30 days. So if you have an iPhone, you can go back and recover that message. Maybe if you deleted it by accident or something, you can recover it within 30 days. After 30 days, it's not recoverable.
All right. And so you could see the data for 30 days if a user deleted it, if you extracted their phone, correct?
Within that 30 days.
All right. How about if they deleted it and you just looked at the screen?
If they deleted it and you looked at the screen, no, you'd have to go to the menu and look at recently deleted.
Understood. I may have one moment, Your Honor. Just a few more questions, Judge. Apologies. I'm going to ask you, Mr. Perry, to turn to Exhibit 4. That's marked D. And I only got a couple questions for you on this. So I'm going to ask you to turn to the page that is marked 182, bottom right corner.
Okay.
All right. And so fair to say there's a message there that in the bottom left corner says, reacted to, all good. You know, I try not to make things bigger than what they are. You got your own life and things you deal with. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So going to the time in the bottom right corner of that message, it says 12/11/2025, 8:37, 21 seconds AM, UTC -5. Can you explain what that means time-wise?
Yes. So this is UTC -5, which means it's Eastern time because it's in December. So it's Eastern time zone. And what that means is for this report, after I preserve the phone, I load it into the application, my forensic application, and it parses the data that I extracted from the phone, and it recognizes that it looks like this phone is in Eastern time zone. Would you like me to translate the timestamps into that? And for this one, I hit yes. And so it's giving us a timestamp that's translated to Eastern time where the phone was used. The other report, I must have hit no for that, and it was just UTC.
Okay. And so Exhibit 3, there is no conversion in the actual report, and Exhibit 4 there is for the time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Comment, any questions?
Good morning.
Good morning.
For the Exhibit 3, this extraction, when did you perform this extraction?
This extraction was April 13th, I believe it was.
And Exhibit 4, when did you perform that extraction?
I believe that was the next day.
So is that these text messages were sent in December?
December 2025.
So the extraction report you did in April was beyond the 30 days, right?
That's correct.
So if someone had deleted messages from this, you wouldn't be able to tell.
Not from looking at this phone, no.
Nothing further.
Anything further? No. Thank you, sir. You may sit down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's called Janelle Salas.
Watch your step. You're gonna remain standing, basically.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may sit or stand, whatever you prefer.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Janelle Salas, Sales,
Where are you from?
Maryland.
What do you do for a living, Miss Salas?
I am the chief of staff to Mr. Diggs.
When you say Mr. Diggs, is that Stefon Diggs?
Correct.
How long have you been Mr. Diggs' chief of staff?
Since July 2023.
What are your responsibilities? What do you do day to day as his chief of staff?
I manage all the moving parts. It also varies between during the season or off season, calendar management, vendor management, and I'm pretty much the liaison between his marketing and talent agency. If I need to speak to finance, anything that comes up with his agent, anything personal, family related.
Sounds like quite a bit there. Okay. You said it varies by whether it's in the off season or the season. What does that mean?
So during the season, the calendar is pretty much structured for about 20 weeks, depending how long it goes, from camp all the way until the end of the season. So there's a strict schedule day to day, pretty much from 7 to 6 p.m. And then off season, it varies between training, traveling, and other business commitments.
Okay. And so you've been saying season and off season. Fair to say Mr. Diggs is a professional football player?
Correct.
And so that would be the football season?
Correct.
You said that in the in the regular season, there is kind of schedules that you have to liaise with the team on, correct?
Correct.
Right. In the off season, it's more a schedule that you and Mr. Diggs can set then?
Correct.
When is the football season? What time of year?
Preseason, I would say July. So that's when we start preparing for camp. And then it starts, the actual NFL preseason is August. And then the official NFL season begins in September.
Okay. And when does it end?
If you go all the way through January and February.
All right.
So,
So December is during the
season.
NFL season?
Regular season.
Regular season. Among the things I think you just mentioned that you have to kind of arrange is living arrangements, places to live.
Correct.
All right. And have you lived in different places, or have you
Correct.
helped kind of secure housing over different places?
Yes.
And where's that been the last few years?
When I first started with him, it was between Buffalo, Houston, Miami, and then as of the past season, Dedham, Massachusetts.
All right. How did that house in Dedham, Massachusetts come to be the place where Mr. Diggs lived?
I got connected with a realtor through a mutual business associate, and he found this open home for rent because the goal is to rent a home. And so they found this space, and we looked at it. We did the walkthrough, and it was pretty much the only one that was really available in the area because it was super limited, and it fit
Let
the
me
needs.
just stop you there. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
So you were involved essentially in setting up that house?
Correct.
All right. I want to talk to you for a moment as well about other employees, contractors, those types of things.
Okay.
Are you involved at all in hiring or kind of arranging different services?
Yes.
Right. And so what would those be, generally speaking?
During the season, it would be his wellness and maintenance schedule. So it's massage therapists, nurses for his IV therapy, hair, nails, esthetician, just pretty much did regular maintenance on his body to just keep him going throughout the season.
Okay. And in terms of any other employees, have you had to try to, arrange for flights,
Yes.
drivers?
Correct.
What about a chef?
This past one, we were just familiar. He was friends with her.
All right. Let me go back before. Have you hired chefs before in the
Correct.
past?
Yes, I have.
All right.
Yes.
In terms of just kind of the process of hiring drivers, chefs, masseuses, anybody else, is there a normal process for engaging someone for their services?
We vet them out. I typically have I ask someone that was already a trusted resource, and I vet them out through them. we get paperwork, we come to agreements to terms. Sometimes they have a contract, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they have an NDA, sometimes they don't. It really is dependent on the relationship. And also, especially if they're new, they get the full on package, basically. NDA,
All the paperwork you just
W-9,
described.
correct.
Okay. So you mentioned you didn't have paperwork for the most recent chef. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And what's that person's name?
Mila
Do you know Mila's last name?
Adams,
All right. When did Mila Adams start working as the chef?
July of 2025.
Where did she work?
In Dedham at the house.
All right. Did she live in the house as well?
Correct.
Who were the other people who spent time in that house and or lived in it?
Spent time in it. I spent time in it when I would visit for games. His brother visited, one of his childhood best friends, photographer, videographer, mom, and other business associates and any friends that would come and visit.
Okay. Were there kind of permanent or assigned bedrooms in that house?
There was a general understanding of whose room, who stayed in which room, and pretty much if you got there, it's like first come, first serve. So there was only just 2 assigned rooms.
All right. Did Mr. Diggs have an assigned room?
Correct, he did.
And where was that house?
It was the main primary bedroom. When you walk upstairs, there's the first immediate bedroom. There's a landing and a laundry room. It's the first immediate bedroom to your right.
Okay. You just walked us in the house there for a moment. Could you just describe what the layout of the downstairs looks like?
So generally, there's a big grand foyer. When you walk into the house from the front door, there's a formal living room. To the right, there is a office to the left. There, when you walk up, it's about 2 steps and you go up, there's a formal dining room on the right. And then you walk up, it's an open concept. So it's an open living room and an open kitchen to the front of you. To the left of that is the stairs going upstairs to the 4 bedrooms. And then there's a stairs that go downstairs, right underneath the stairs that go up to 2 bedrooms in the basement.
Did Miss Adams have a room in that house?
She did.
Where was that?
So when you walk upstairs to the landing part, to the second, to the 3rd floor, you walk up the second flight of stairs, which is about 4 or 5 steps. There's a bedroom to the right, and then there's 2 bedrooms to the left. She lived, her room was the last bedroom all the way down the hallway on the left side.
I think you just described that this was an open set.
Yes, it's open. So it basically looked like there was a bridge, like a U bridge from the upstairs looking down, because the middle of the house, you can look down and you can see everything.
Okay.
And you can look up and you can see the hallways of both going into all 3 bedrooms.
Understood. So different people at the house, did you have a key?
I had a key to the front door,
Okay. Were there any other security systems set up at the house other than just locks?
the garage, and then doors for like her bedroom and his bedroom
Okay. And that is that
and his closets.
all right? Any other measures on the house?
Garage door. I know there was a ring camera system, an alarm system, but other than that, nothing out of the ordinary.
Got it. So I want to direct your attention to December 2nd, 2025.
Okay.
Were you working that day?
Yes.
Where were you?
I was at the house. It was the day after the Monday night football game, and I had a hair appointment because we were getting ready to leave for a trip,
Where were you going?
Miami, Florida.
Who was going to Miami, Florida?
Miami trip consisted of Mr. Diggs, myself, his brother, his childhood best friend, and another close friend of his.
Who had made the arrangements to get that group of people to Miami?
Me.
When did you start making those arrangements?
The week prior, once we figured out the logistics. I typically try to do things a few days prior just because of the requirements that some of the travel vendors need from us, and because it's such a busy week. So I try to book as soon as possible.
All right. What was going on in Miami?
He had Art Basel, which is a art festival, art fair, and he was showcasing he was debuting his furniture line.
Right, so Mr. Diggs has a furniture line?
Correct.
That week, was he not working? Was he missing a game? What was happening?
So Monday night, he had the Monday night football game, and it was going into his bye week.
What's a bye week?
Bye week is pretty much the 1 week that the NFL gives to players where they're pretty much off. They just have to report back on the scheduled day that it's typically like 4 or 5 days off, no meetings. They can go on vacation. They come back that Monday.
All right.
Regular scheduled programming.
And The plan was to go to the Art Basel, is what it was
Correct.
called,
Correct. Yes.
in Miami during the bye week.
Yes.
Anything else going on in Miami?
We were also celebrating his birthday,
What day is his birthday?
November 29th.
Right. So his birthday had already come and gone, correct?
Yes.
Right. And was there a birthday party that week?
There were at his house or in Miami?
In Miami, I mean.
In Miami, correct, there was.
You mentioned that there was a game the night before. What time's a Monday night game start? If you know,
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock p.m.
Mhm.
So you know when it ends.
Probably midnight, and we probably didn't get out of there until like 2 a.m.,
Got it.
maybe 1 a.m., 2 a.m.
So that morning you said you were getting a hair appointment.
Mm-hmm.
Where was that?
It was at the Dry Bar in Chestnut Hill, and my appointment was at 10 a.m.
How did you get there?
I drove.
Do you have a car?
No,
Whose car did you drive?
I drove Mr. Diggs' car.
Got it. And how long did that take you to get to the hair appointment, if you remember?
About 30, 35 minutes because of traffic and the weather.
You mentioned that there was a Ring video system.
Mhm.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at a video that is on Exhibit 11. One moment. That's fine.
Council, do you need a minute? Because I could take the morning recess now if that's helpful. That's okay, whatever. All right, let's do this. Let's give you a second and everyone, oh, wait, here we go.
Here we go. Yes, if we could play that. For the record, that's a video ending in the number 602. Do you recognize what we just saw there?
Yes, that's Mr. Diggs' Maybach.
Okay. And what's happening that
He left for
that-
work.
Where were you?
I was in the car, probably waiting to leave and warming up the car to go.
Okay. And you weren't in that car that we just saw
No,
drive out.
I was in
correct?
his Porsche.
I'm happy to continue, Judge, but we have a while further, so it might make
No,
sense.
that's fine. Why don't we take, jurors, why don't we take the morning recess? I think there should even be some coffee back there for you for a moment, all right? All right.
All rise, jurors can step down this way, please.
Y'all, because we are ahead, we are going to reclaim our time and we're going to get right into it. Mr. Diggs was taking off. Mr. Diggs was taking off in the Maybach, and Miss Ma'am was driving the Porsche to the Dry Bar to go get a blowout. Okay. All right. We're back after break. Okay. Here we go. Who is she? She's chief of staff. She works for Mr. Diggs. She's chief of staff.
A video off of Exhibit 11. I think you said that was Mr. Diggs going to work.
Correct.
What kind of car was that?
A Maybach.
Okay. You said you were in a Porsche warming the car up?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you to, first I'm going to ask Ms. Silva to play a video there ending in 610. I'm going to ask you to watch that, Ms. Salas. So if we can replay that, you can get a look at it, Ms. Salas. If we could pause it right there real quick. All right, so do you recognize what that video depicts?
Yes.
What's that?
It's the Porsche leaving the house.
Who's driving
Me.
that? That's you leaving the house?
Yes.
All right. And if I can direct your attention here, the time on the exhibit is 9:26 Eastern Standard Time on December 2nd, 2025.
Correct.
Does that sound about right for when you left the house that morning?
Yes. Because my appointment was at 10 a.m.
Okay. So looking at that image, can you tell us, kind of just orient us on what we're looking at there?
The car, so that's the front of the house, and there's a long driveway that goes towards the back of the house to a 3-car garage and a driveway where you can probably fit maybe 2 or 3 more cars in the actual plot in front of the garage.
All right. Is there a way to enter the house through the garage?
Yes, there's an entry door going straight into the grand foyer of the house. There's the basement entry, stairwell, a powder room on the right, the entry stairwell to the basement to the left. And when you walk straight, there's a grand foyer. In front of you is the dining room, and then the formal living room. And then to the left is the living room and the kitchen.
Okay.
And the stairwell going up to the 3rd floor.
Going upstairs.
Yes.
All right. And so did you go through the garage to drive the Porsche out that morning?
Yes.
Do you remember getting back to the house?
Yes.
Do you remember what time that was?
It was in the afternoon after I had ran my errands from my hair appointment.
Okay. What I would ask is if Miss Silva could play a video with the last 3 numbers, 637, off of that same exhibit 11. If we could maybe replay that one more time, it's only about 3 seconds. All right, so do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes, it's the car returning home.
And is that you driving the car?
Yes.
All right. And the timestamp on that indicates it's 12:59:59 Eastern Standard Time. It's just about 1 p.m. Is that consistent with your recollection when you
Yes.
got home?
Yes.
What were you doing that day after you got your hair done?
I was coordinating our travels because I was getting updates from the airport regarding the change of airports, change of planes, and trying to just get everybody together
Okay.
to be ready to leave by the end of the night.
So you were working.
Correct.
And is there an area where you worked in the house?
In the kitchen, in the small little dining table, like in between the kitchen and the living room.
I'm going to ask Ms. Silva to play one more video for us. That's going to be 183725 on exhibit 11. If we could try to replay that one more time as well. All right, so it looks like she's paused it here, a second into the frame. Do you recognize what's depicted in this video?
It's the Maybach coming home.
All right, is that Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
The timestamp on that looks like it says 15:38 and 51, so maybe 3:39, 3:40 p.m.
Yes.
Is that consistent with your recollection when you got
Yes.
home?
Yes.
You said you were working that afternoon. Do you know where Mr. Diggs went in the house?
He likely went to say hi to his brothers and then went straight upstairs to take a nap because it's the day after a game.
Okay. Where were you sitting?
I was probably walking around the house, either the kitchen, probably going up and down, up and down to the basement because I was probably doing laundry, just running around the house.
Sustained, that response is stricken from the record. Jurors will disregard.
So let me ask you, you mentioned that you remembered doing something with flights and getting to the airport.
Correct.
What is that? What do you mean?
So because one of the airports that we usually travel frequently at, the Norwood Airport, there's limitations on the planes, and especially if the weather is bad, they typically recommend that we fly into another airport, which was Bedford.
Bedford, Massachusetts?
Correct.
So is that to say the weather was not great?
Correct.
December 2nd?
Correct.
That day,
Mhm.
when you were making these phone calls, sending emails, doing whatever work you're doing to coordinate, you said you were downstairs.
Mhm.
Did you see anybody else walking around downstairs during that afternoon?
Mila was there, his brother was there, and his childhood best friend, and another friend was also arriving in, who had flown in to go to Miami with us.
Okay. You said Mila was there. Did you see her that afternoon?
Yes.
What did she look like?
She looked like she was going to work out. She had workout clothes on. She complimented on my hair. Just regular, just walking around the kitchen, probably around the house. Nothing out of the usual.
Okay. That afternoon, did you, is that the only time you saw Miss Adams? You see her again as the day
Towards
went
the
on?
in the evening, closer to the evening.
So after dark?
Yes, it was because it was getting dark at like 3:00 at that time. So by like 3:30, 4:00, maybe closer to 4:30, it was like dark.
Okay. So sometime after that, you think you saw Miss Adams again?
Yes, because I was sitting in the kitchen and she had asked me if I purchased her flight.
The flight, was that a flight to Atlanta?
Correct.
And when you spoke to her that afternoon in the kitchen, did you observe anything on her face?
No,
Anything on her neck?
no,
Did you see any redness or swelling?
no,
Was she crying at all?
no.
What was she doing?
She was walking around looking for a piece of a paper and a pen to write a card, I guess, write a note to him for his birthday gift.
When you say to him, is that to Mr. Diggs?
Correct.
That's that November 29th birthday you just referenced?
Yes.
That afternoon, was there anything on Mr. Diggs' schedule?
He had ozone therapy and massage.
So is that a nurse who comes and does fluids
Yes.
and a massage, you said?
He has a massage therapist.
What time were those appointments?
I believe I told them both to come at 5.
Do you remember if those individuals actually appeared at the house?
Yes,
Did they?
I believe so.
That afternoon, you said you purchased a flight for Mila Adams to Atlanta.
Yes.
Did you arrange to get her to the airport?
Yes.
What time did that happen?
Probably in the 7 o'clock hour, because you have to be there an hour before checking in your bag, and it took about 45 minutes to get to the airport. So probably between 7 to 7:30.
You think about 7:30?
Yeah.
And so did she leave the house around 7:30?
She should have left around before 7:30 to get to the airport on time if she was checking in a bag.
And you saw her prior to that,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So is it the encounter you had in the kitchen
Yes.
with the pen and the card, I think you mentioned?
Yeah, she was running to go to his room to put it on, I guess, his gifts that she was giving him.
Did you end up speaking to Mr. Diggs later that evening?
Yes.
And did you see any of those, the card or the presents? That she
Yes, there were
referenced?
2 boxes on his bed from Chanel. One he had opened up and he put on after his massage, and we were getting ready to leave. I told him, we got to pack, we got to go, we got to make this flight. He put the beanie on. There was another box that was unopened, and then there was a green Post-it with whatever note she had on it telling him for his birthday.
Right. Prior to speaking to Mr. Diggs, prior to arranging for
Yes.
Miss Adams' Uber, did you hear anything that afternoon?
No,
Any screams?
no,
Slam doors?
no,
Anything out of the ordinary?
no.
Do you know if Miss Adams cooked dinner that night?
It was like a hot dog. It was like and there was like mustard on it, but it was like left on the counter and it was like dried up. And then in the room, it was like dried up. So there was like 2 that were made.
Let me back you up on that. Do you know if she did cook dinner that night?
She did
Where did she do that?
in the kitchen.
And what time did you see that?
I just remember the food being like prepared
Okay.
already.
And you mentioned it was a hot dog or something like
Yeah,
that?
it was like a hot dog, or like, like Auntie Anne's when they have like the pretzel dogs. It kind of looked like that, but it just looked dried up.
Okay. That night, did you all leave for Miami?
Yes.
If I may have one moment. I just want to recap on one issue.
Okay.
I think you said Miss Adams complimented your hair. Did she tell you anything else?
No. She was like, "Oh, your hair's getting long. It looks good." I was like, Thank you."
Okay. Did she tell you she was assaulted,
No,
strangled?
no,
You're the chief of staff?
correct.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Good morning. And it's Sunny?
Yes, that's my nickname.
That's, is that SUNNY? Is it?
SUNNY and then SUNNI.
Okay, so both ways? right?
Yes.
Okay. So right now you are the chief of staff, is that right?
Correct.
And how long have you been Mr. Diggs' chief of staff?
Since July 2023.
And prior to that, what was your position?
I manage his household, but it was part-time.
Where
in
how long-
Maryland,
And how long did you do that?
September 2022 up until July 2023.
And prior to working with Mr. Diggs, what did you do?
I have been an independent consultant. I have been a project manager, event producer, and I consulted for companies for almost at that time, since 2017.
And right now, how much do you get paid by Mr. Diggs?
I would say between 90 to 100,000 a year.
And when you were, what was the term of the previous job? The house manager?
Yes.
Oh, how much did you get paid when you did that?
I was on retainer for 5,000 a month.
And you mentioned you went to Art Basel?
Correct.
And how long was that?
That was from, we got there Tuesday evening up until the events were all the way through the weekend that Sunday.
And what kind of events were there?
There was a showcase of his furniture line, his birthday party, just, showcasing his new furniture line.
But and you went to these events?
Yes.
Did you have to pay for any of these events?
No. Like physically, like my own money?
Yeah.
No.
And did you have food there?
Yes.
Did you have to pay for your food?
Not with my own money,
So,
with my company card.
okay. So,
Yes.
thank you. You mentioned driving one of his cars. What car was that?
It was his Porsche.
Is it a nice car?
Yes.
How often do you drive that one?
If I need to go run errands, if I need to do something, I will use the car as an insured driver.
And when you say run errands, is that personal errands or errands for Mr. Diggs?
Both.
How often do you go on trips with the staff?
As needed, specifically for business trips, more so.
Okay. On December 2nd, you were at least at some point in the house, right?
Correct.
And you saw Ms. Adams?
Yes.
So she was there in the house?
Yes.
And you saw Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
So he was there in the house?
Yes.
Did you, was there any time that day where were you following Mr. Diggs the whole time?
No.
Were you following Ms. Adams the whole time?
No.
So there a time when both of them were outside of your range of being able to see? and hear?
Yes.
Had you been to Ms. Adams' room before?
Not all the way inside, but I knew which room she was in.
So you had not been inside that room before?
Not when she occupied it, but when we did the walkthrough, I was.
Okay, so when you were first looking at the house?
Yes.
But that day you were not in that room?
No.
Okay, so whatever could have happened in that room, you were unaware of anything that could have happened in that room?
Correct.
Your Honor.
Sustained in that form.
Is it fair to say that you have a financial interest in Mr. Diggs doing well?
What does that mean?
If he does well, do you do well?
I think we collectively do well.
Do you?
Yeah, even outside of financially.
Is he a good boss?
Yes, he's great.
Do you want to continue working for him?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Anything else for your witness?
I just have one question for you.
Yes.
You mentioned that you got to drive the Porsche.
Yes.
All right. Would you lie under oath to get to drive the Porsche and work for Mr. Diggs?
What does that mean?
It's part of lying under oath, your job.
What? I'm
Part
sorry.
of-
Can you,
Is your job to lie, or would you be truthful?
I'll be truthful.
Okay. Who else got to drive that car?
Mila and anyone around the house, if they needed to use the car, they would drive it.
Did you see Mila drive that car?
I've seen her drive the car before.
I don't have any other questions.
Anything else?
When you said just other people around the house, about how many people does Mr. Diggs have working for him?
Employed, one.
So then otherwise, are they all just contract or?
Correct.
Do you know about how many?
Depends, depending on the job, as needed.
Okay, do you know in this,
Objection, Your Honor. We're not allowed to have the scope of the redirect.
just in December, do you know?
I couldn't give that to you on the top of my head.
Nothing further.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sarah.
Thank you.
Defense calls Juliana Stratati.
Watch yourself. You can remain standing and face the court.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Let me sit us down.
Good morning, ma'am. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Juliana Stratoti, Stratoti.
Are you from Massachusetts?
Yes,
What do you do for work?
I'm a registered nurse.
Where do you work?
Full-time, I work at Mass General Hospital, and then I have a per diem job at the Drip Bar.
What is the Drip Bar?
Drip Bar is a wellness and hydration service. It's a franchise, but we have a location in Foxborough.
And so what do you do as a nurse for the Drip Bar?
Provide like wellness services, hydration, like extra therapy for people that you don't get prescribed, like at a hospital or through your primary care physician.
Does some of that involve making house calls?
Yes.
On December 2nd, 2025, did you do some kind of treatment, a house call that afternoon?
I did.
And where was that?
At Mr. Diggs's house.
Right. And had you been to that house previously?
I had.
And that was at 7 Schoolmaster Street in Dedham, fair
Yes.
to say? Do you remember what time you got there?
Most of my appointments were 4, 5, or 6 o'clock. I think that day I got there at about 5 o'clock.
I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes, right on.
I'm going to put the image in front of you. I'm going to ask you to take a look at that and tell me if you recognize what that is.
That's me ringing at the front door on the Ring camera.
All right. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of you arriving at the house on December 2nd, 2025?
Yes.
I would move to admit it's Exhibit 12.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Be so more.
And I'm going to show you another photograph. Ask you to take a look at that.
That's me leaving the house on the Ring camera footage.
All right. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of you walking out of that house in the afternoon of December 2nd, 2025?
Yes.
I would move to admit it's Exhibit 13.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Be so more.
13. I'm going to put Exhibit 12 back in front of you and ask you, there's a timestamp at the bottom right corner.
Your Honor, may we be seated on sidebar?
Yes.
I mean, it seems like they're moving along. I mean, it was painful with Miss Adams. It was really hard for them to get through the questioning. Now they're swimming through, they're swimming right along. So we got her, we got one more, we got another one. I think this lady stays on the stand for a while. So yeah, this will probably, so they didn't even break for lunch. Maybe they're trying to just get through and see. Okay.
Appointments routinely work. Do you recall what time you got to the house in Dedham that afternoon on December 2nd?
That day I got there at 4:50
p.m.
p.m.
And do you remember when you left the house?
According to the Ring camera footage, it was.
Let me ask you this. Do you remember when you left the house?
I don't remember exactly the time, but all of my appointments were roughly 45 minutes to an hour long.
All right. And so on December 2nd, 2025, do you think, how long do you think you were in the house?
Probably about an hour.
In the house, when you were doing the treatment, where did it actually occur physically inside the house?
In the living room.
So then fair to say you were in that house that afternoon for about an hour, maybe a little less?
Yes.
Okay. Anything out of the ordinary that day?
Not that I recall.
Hear anything unusual?
No.
Did you see anything unusual?
No.
I have no further questions.
Matt?
Yes.
Good morning still. Had you gone to Mr. Diggs' house prior to this date?
I had
And how many times have you done this?
a handful of times. I think before that was 2 or 3.
Okay.
After that was a couple.
And without you saying the actual names of any of your clients, what kind of clientele do you have with this job?
It depends on what services they're looking for. So kind of all across the board.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you. County Defense Stephanie Anastasi.
Just watch your step, and if you could just remain standing, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You sit or stand, whichever you prefer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
My first name is Stephanie. My last name is Anastasi, Anastassi.
And do you live in Massachusetts, Ms. Anastasi?
I currently live in Rhode Island. Where do you work?
I work in Massachusetts.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a massage therapist.
Are you employed in that work?
Yes.
Who do you work for?
The Right Touch Day Spa in Attleboro, Mass.
And you provide massage therapy treatment to clients? Is that right?
Yes.
And as part of your work, do you need to visit clients in their home?
I do that separately on my own on the side.
I
No,
see.
it doesn't have anything to do with where I work currently.
Okay, all right. And as part of your work treating clients, are some of your clients professional athletes?
Yes, sometimes.
All right. And was one of your clients in December of 2025, Mr. Dix?
Yes.
And how did it come about that you were providing treatment for Mr. Diggs?
I used to work for the Celtics back in 2019. And whoever I used to work for, he's a physical therapist. He connected me with Mr. Diggs.
Okay, thank you. And you would provide massage therapy for Mr. Diggs at his home?
Correct.
About how often per week would you do that?
Twice a week.
All right. And where in the home would you provide that treatment?
Sometimes it was in the living room area, and sometimes it was in his bedroom.
Did you need any special equipment to provide your treatment?
He provided that. I do need some special equipment. Yes.
I see. So there was the equipment in the house?
Yes.
I take it you used a table?
Yes.
Any other equipment?
No, just a massage table, and I would use my cups, which is for cupping.
I see. Okay. Thank you. How long did a typical treatment take?
Between a 90-minute to 2 hours.
And did you give Mr. Diggs the treatment on December 2nd, 2025?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember approximately when you arrived at his home for that treatment?
It was between 5:45 and 6 o'clock in the evening.
Okay. And how did you get into the house?
I rang the doorbell, and Sonny opened the door for me.
Okay, thank you. And what happened next?
Then I asked Sonny where he was or where he would like his massage at. She told me he was in his room, and that's where he would like his massage. So I went and grabbed the massage table. It was in like a computer room. And I brought it upstairs, and he was laying in his bed, and I started setting up the table.
All right. And was Mr. Diggs, do you remember what he was doing when you walked in other than laying in his bed?
I think he was falling asleep a little bit, but I wasn't sure. It was just laying down.
Okay. So I take it you began the treatment?
So I set up, I grabbed the blankets and stuff, and then he fell asleep. So I texted Sonny, and I was like, hey, can I wake him up? And she said yes. So I ended up waking him up, and then he got on the table.
Okay. And about how long was the treatment that day, if you can recall?
It was between 90 minutes to 2 hours usually. It was more towards the 2 hours than the 90 minutes.
All right. And did anyone come into that while you were performing that treatment in that 90-minute to 2 hour window?
Yes, Mila Adams came in the room at the time.
Okay. And how did you know Mila Adams?
I seen her in the house.
So you've met her?
I've seen her multiple times in the house.
Okay. Have you ever spoken to her?
Yes, we've had conversation.
Okay. So while you're performing the treatment, can you just explain to the jury what you saw?
Yeah, so I was working on his right side leg, and I can, because the door is in front of me, and I can see whoever was walking in. She was walking in. She saw that he was asleep, left, and kind of came back at a later time. When she came back at a later time, he kind of woke up because he was asleep, and she kind of went over to the bed, and she asked him, there was something on the bed. She asked him if he was going to keep it, and then he said yes, and then she turned around and left.
And were you able to see what was on the bed?
It was a black box, but I'm not sure what it was or what was in it.
Okay. And did you ever have any occasion to look in that box?
No.
All right. How did Ms. Adams appear to you when you saw her come into the room those two times?
She seemed to be okay. It's nothing that I wasn't used to seeing in the past.
So she looked to your eyes the same as she had in
the
every time
past.
you saw her?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any marks on her face?
Not that I recall, no.
Did you see any marks on her neck?
No, she had a black jacket on, so I don't think I could see her neck, but I didn't see anything on her face at the time.
And did she seem upset at all to you?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. All right. And Ms. Anastasi, do you remember when you left the house that day?
It's probably between almost 8 o'clock, 7:30 and 8 o'clock that day.
Okay. Thank you very much. No
Of
further
course.
questions.
Good afternoon, Ms. Anastasi. Oh, sorry, good morning, actually, Ms. Anastasi.
Hello.
You said you had previously worked at the Celtics, and is it like kind of word of mouth that you got a job working for Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
In your line of work, how important is word of mouth in order to find new clients?
It's very important.
And outside of just actual, I guess, technique and skill, is discretion and care of how you because you're working with some high profile people, is that also an important aspect to have?
I don't understand the question.
I'll withdraw it. Nothing further.
Okay. All right, thank you so much, ma'am. You may step down. Okay.
And Your Honor, the defense calls Melissa Goddard.
Remain standing. You can face the clock. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please sit down.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Sure. Melissa Goddard, Goddard.
Thank you. And what city do you live in? City and state, please.
Boca Raton, Florida.
Right. And are you employed?
Yes, I am.
Where are you employed?
At PMG Private CFO.
And what is PMG Private CFO?
It's a boutique financial service company. So we do accounting, tax planning, tax prep, budgeting. We handle everything financial, data collection.
And is one of your company's clients Steph Diggs?
Yes, it is.
Right. And do you work on Mr. Diggs' account?
Yes, I'm his client manager.
All right. And how long have you been the client manager for Mr. Diggs' account?
Since November 13th, 2023.
And can you just briefly describe how Mr. Diggs' account is structured?
Sure. He has the personal side, which we call concierge, and the business side. So the personal side is his life personally, but because his person is a business, it transfers also over into businesses. And then he has several businesses that we operate.
Can you just very briefly just identify the different businesses? That
Sure. Diggs Deep LLC, which is for his name, image, and likeness. Liam Brands International, which is a clothing brand. CV Passem, which is a furniture brand. And Diggs Deep Foundation, which is his charity organization.
And so those businesses that you just described, are those handled on the business side of his account?
Correct.
All right. And then there's a personal side or a concierge side to handle his business. To handle his personal expenses.
Correct.
Okay. And up until starting before October 2025, so from 2023 to 2025 October, which side of his account did you handle?
I handled daily business transactions for the most part.
Okay. And did you have a different colleague to handle the personal kind of concierge side?
Yes, the practical everyday concierge side we did.
And would expenses for private staff be handled on the business side or the concierge side?
The concierge side.
Okay. And did something happen in the fall of 2025 that caused you to take over responsibility for the concierge side?
Yes, we had an associate leave.
Okay. So the associate left, and then were you responsible in the fall of 2025 for both the business and the concierge side?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have responsibility at that time for payments to Mr. Diggs's private chef?
Beginning of November, yes.
Okay. Beginning of November 2025?
Correct.
And do you recall, well, what did you do when you took over responsibility for those payments?
I was notified at the beginning of November that the data collection program that we used was updated so that personal payments needed to be made. And one of them was for the chef. And I asked, catch me up. Does she have a contract? How do we pay her? Does she have a W-9? Does she have an NDA? Just general information, like, what do I do? And
who are you talking to when you were getting this information?
Sunny.
And who is Sunny?
Stefon's personal assistant.
Okay. All right. Do you recall receiving an invoice from Ms. Adams on December 1st of 2025?
Yes.
And do you recall what that invoice was for?
It was for 3 weeks of services in November and reimbursable expenses.
Okay. What did you do with that invoice when you received it?
I checked, immediately I knew that it was incorrect because I had paid her weekly for 2 of those weeks. So it raised a flag. I needed to figure out, had I made a mistake or had she made a mistake? And that caused me to look a little bit further into the reimbursable expenses. We're much more structured on the business side. So I usually audit those before paying them.
Okay. So when the flag was raised and it caused you to look a little bit deeper,
Mm-hmm.
What did you do to look a little bit deeper?
I pulled up every payment that we made to her for the last 18 months, as far back as I could go. And then I went through every receipt and reimbursable that we paid her for the last 6 months at that time.
Sorry. And at the conclusion, would you describe that as a kind of an audit?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, if you receive an invoice and it's incorrect, I want to know, is it our mistake or was it her mistake? So I wanted to make sure that we had paid her correctly.
All right. And what did you learn from conducting your audit?
That she had submitted receipts multiple times for 6 months, the same receipt. That she had submitted reimbursements for packages sent that were paid by our Federal Express account for reimbursement, that we had overpaid her.
And were you able to quantify the amount of money that she had been overpaid based on your audit?
Yes.
And how much money was that?
I think the total was 2,500 and change at that time, with an additional 744 that maybe was legitimate. I couldn't substantiate because there wasn't a date on it. So that was more in a gray area.
Did you ask Ms. Adams for more information about the money that she was seeking?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I contacted Sunny and asked for her email. I gave my phone number, even my personal phone number, so that she could reach me because sometimes they're in different time zones. I reached out to her twice.
Okay. And did you ever hear back from her?
No, she never responded.
Did you tell Mr. Diggs what you had identified, at least from the audit that you conducted?
Yes, he called me. We spoke about it on December 5th.
All right. And what was his reaction?
He's like, give me a report. And he had wanted to make sure that she was paid. And I told him I would get him a report, and he was fine.
In the course of conducting your audit, or actually, strike that, did there come a time when you were aware that there was some paperwork not completed that you would have expected to be completed?
At the beginning, when I took over, I asked for those things as I think it was the beginning of December when the invoice didn't match what I had. You know, I'm buttoning things up. It's the end of fourth quarter. We're closing out the end of the year, so I wanted to make sure we had everything. So, you know, I was going through everybody's paperwork. But yes, it was about the beginning of December I realized we don't have her paperwork.
All right. And did you do anything about that?
Yeah, I had asked Sunny to, I had mentioned to Steph that I think we should get one. He said to coordinate with Sunny, which I did on December 4th. And I didn't receive anything, so I followed up with it as I normally would.
And how did you follow up with it?
I asked Sunny if she had collected it, and I emailed Mila asking for it.
Do you remember the date on which you emailed Mila for it? Sorry, Ms.
December
Adams.
8th.
December 8th.
Mhm.
Did you follow up again with Ms. Adams, if you can recall?
I did not, because Steph said not to worry about it.
Okay. Just one moment, I'm sorry.
Oh, you want to refresh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Ms. Goddard, you just testified that you followed up with Ms. Adams asking for the NDA on December 8th.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was incorrect. It was December 13th.
Okay, thank you. All right, no further questions.
Just briefly, good afternoon now. Miss Goddard, have you ever been to Mr. Diggs' house in Dedham?
No.
No further questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Defense call is Shy Charles.
Just watch your step. You remain standing and face the front.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may sit or stand.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you
Afternoon.
please state your name for the record and spell your first and your last name?
My name is Shai Charles. It's spelled Xiacharles.
What do you do for a living, ma'am?
I own a hair salon and I braid hair, natural hair.
And where do you live?
I live in Brooklyn, New York.
You said you own a salon. Do you have an actual physical location?
Yeah, I
And
do.
is that down in the New York City area as well?
Yes, it's in Crown Heights.
How many clients do you have roughly?
Too many to count. I have lots of clients.
Okay. Is one of them Stefon Diggs?
Yes, it is.
How do you know Mr. Diggs?
I started doing his hair when he played for the Buffalo Bills.
Do you know how many years ago that was?
I'm not good with dates, but whenever he last played for the Buffalo Bills.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you actually do Mr. Diggs's hair, how long does that process actually take?
I would estimate probably about 3 to 5 hours, anywhere between that. Yeah.
And where have you done Mr. Diggs's hair?
At his house. He travels a lot for work, so wherever he needs me to do his hair, I go.
Is that true of other clients you have as well?
Yeah.
Have you been inside Mr. Diggs's house in Dedham?
Yes, I have.
All right. Do you know when he lived there?
I don't know when he occupied the space, but I can tell you the first time I went there to do his hair.
When was that?
It was when the season started with the Patriots. Probably about July, September, around that time last year.
So that'd be 2025?
Yeah.
Okay. And had you been in Mr. Diggs's and other clients' house to do their hair previously?
Yeah, I have lots of celebrity clients, and obviously they wouldn't want to come to the salon, so I go to them. So wherever they're at, I go meet them there, whether it's a hotel, their house, wherever.
All right. So it sounds like September or July, fall of last year was the first time you were in Mr. Diggs's home in Dedham, but not the first time previously.
Yeah, first time in Denham, but not like elsewhere at his house. Wherever he lived before that, I would go.
Got it. And having done that, did you meet some of the people who were normally around?
Yes.
Do you know a person named Sonny?
Yes.
Who's that?
His assistant.
Did you meet any other family members of Mr. Diggs?
Yeah, everybody that's in the house, his brothers, his mom, everybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you ever meet a person named Mila Adams?
Yes, I have.
Who's that?
It was the chef at the time when I met her.
And so when did you meet Mila Adams?
At the same time I went to the house for the first time, so like around July, September, whenever the season started with the Patriots.
Of last year?
Yeah.
Did you meet at the house?
Yeah.
And how much time were you at the house kind of the first time you met Miss Adams?
Probably like less than 24 hours or around that time, because I know I had a client the following day. So I just had to come do his hair. But that was late in the evening, and so I had to leave the following day. Yeah.
Okay. And so you met Miss Adams at that point, but did you speak to her?
I did, because I had to go to Walgreens to get some products. And so I asked anybody in the house if they needed anything, and Mila said she needed a sponge, a makeup sponge. And so I got her the sponge. When I came back to the house, she asked me how much money it was, and I told her it was okay. And that's the first interaction we had.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you have any other further interaction with Miss Adams after that kind of initial 24-hour stay?
Yeah, when I came back to the house.
When was that?
I can't give you an exact date, but I could like estimate. So probably within 2 weeks, because he'll do his hair like every 2 to 3 weeks.
So about 2, maybe 3 weeks later?
Yeah.
You went back to the house in Dedham?
Yeah.
Was Miss Adams at the house in Dedham at that point?
Yeah.
And so did you speak more to her when you went back the second time?
Yeah. So can we go back? Because even after, because I don't
No, I'm
know.
sorry. Just
Okay.
I apologize, Miss
Yeah.
Charles. But
Yeah.
did you speak to Miss Adams again that second time you
Yeah,
went back
I
to
did.
the house?
We spoke more. Yeah.
All right. How much time did you spend with her that second time?
More time, or like a longer time, because we were talking about food, and she wanted to come to New York to start her restaurant. And I'm a business owner, and we connected on the fact that she was a business owner, and I have like a big social media following, and I told her that she needs to do content, and I wanted to help her with her content so she could start her business. So we connected on that.
Did you end up helping her
Yeah.
with content?
Yeah.
Did you two stay in touch?
Yeah.
How long were you around at the house in Dedham that second time?
I can't tell you how long, honestly. I would stay longer if it had a game and we'd go to the game together. But for however, because most times she'll be like the only female there, and Sunny will come and go. And so I spent more time with her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of following that time you spent together where you said you connected over being business owners.
Yeah.
Did you two remain in contact?
Yeah.
And how did you do that?
We'll text, we'll send Instagram reels, we'll FaceTime.
So you guys exchanged phone numbers?
Yeah.
How much did you talk, you think, in the following weeks and months that fall?
A lot, because a lot. We talk about business, we'll gossip, we girls, so yeah.
Did you ever spend more time together in person with Miss Adams?
Yeah, I took her back to my country. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago, so I took her to Tobago. She spent time with my family, with my grandmother. Yeah, I actually bought her ticket to go to Tobago. So yeah.
When was that?
This was probably around Thanksgiving time.
End of November then?
Yeah, whenever Thanksgiving was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Following that trip, do you remember where you went after that?
I came back to New York. We came back on the same flight. I came back to New York and she went to Boston.
Okay. Do you remember where you were on December 2nd?
Yeah, actually. I was in Target, like late evening.
What were you doing in Target?
I was shopping for ingredients because I was spending too much money on Ubers. So I was buying ingredients to cook, like groceries.
You're buying groceries at Target?
Yeah.
What were you cooking?
So I wanted to make this like Cajun pasta with shrimp and like sausage. Mila had made it at the house and it was healthy. And so I wanted to cook that because I didn't want to buy Uber Eats. I didn't want to spend money on Uber Eats. And I just wanted to be healthier and cook. And so I wanted to make it like her. So I was going through the aisles and like picking up stuff and calling Mila or message. Like I texted her a picture and asked her if it was this one, but she wasn't responding quick enough. So I FaceTime her.
All right. So let me break that down there for a minute. You're in Target. You're trying to purchase ingredients for a dinner that you had seen Mila cook.
Yeah.
You said at the house. Is that at the Dedham house?
Yeah.
All right. Did you say you were looking for, what was the ingredient you were looking for?
Like shrimp, but so she makes matcha as well. So I was trying to find out like what matcha to get. That specific one from tea dealers. Shrimp, pasta, sausage, everything like that.
So you just said a moment ago that as you were trying to find ingredients, you started by taking a picture and sending it to Mila?
Yeah.
Do you remember what time that was at?
It was before 6 p.m. for sure, because I remember leaving my cart in Target to go pick up some dry cleaning for my boyfriend because I had to get it before it closed. So I actually left Target and came back to Target. So it was before 6 p.m.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about a specific time? Do you remember exact times?
So the dry cleaners was in Brownsville, Target was at Gateway. So I got there probably minutes to 6. So probably like the end, like ending at 4 or 5 p.m. somewhere there.
Okay.
Yeah.
You mentioned a text message or a photograph of an ingredient you sent.
Yeah.
Was there any record of that?
Yeah, I took a picture and sent it to her.
All right. Would that have had the actual time?
Yeah, and
on
location.
The message?
Yeah.
Do you think taking a look at a record might refresh your recollection of what time
Yeah.
you sent that photograph? Did you say yes?
Yes.
May I approach her?
Yes.
What I'm going to ask you to do, Ms. Charles, is
Yeah.
just take a look at that photograph. Okay. And I want you to look at that.
Yeah.
And after you've reviewed it, take a look up.
Yeah.
Having looked at that, does that refresh your recollection on what time
Yeah.
you actually began communicating with Miss Adams when you were in the Target?
Yes.
And what time was that?
It says 4:38 on the picture.
Okay. Is
Yeah.
that consistent with your recollection of when you reached out to Miss Adams?
Yeah.
Now you said you started by texting and then you FaceTimed with Miss Adams?
Yeah.
What's FaceTime?
A video call app on every iPhone.
Had you FaceTime with Miss Adams previously?
Yeah.
And so describe how that looks. What's happening at that point when you're
Um,
FaceTiming?
So I FaceTime her, I told her what I was doing. We spoke about the pasta, all the ingredients I needed to get. And she was like, girl, I'm not going to Miami. And she said she's going to go home to Atlanta for a couple of days. Then she's going to come to New York. Well, she's going to go home to Atlanta, but she's going to stop off in New York for a couple of days.
All right, let me actually stop you there. I
Yeah.
apologize, Ms. Charles. It was
Yeah.
not a specific question. So you said you're in Target while this conversation is happening?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you see where Miss Adams was?
Yeah.
Where was she?
She was in the kitchen
Kitchen of what?
of the Dedham house.
And how do you know that?
because I've been there before, so I know the layout of the house. And the faucet was running, and I could see the island in the background.
Okay. You just said she mentioned Miami. Did you notice anything about her face, her physical appearance when you had this FaceTime call?
No,
I'm sorry?
no,
Did you see any redness, swelling?
no,
Was she flush?
no,
Was she teary-eyed?
no,
Were there any bruises on her?
no.
You started to talk a little bit about seeing Miss Adams that day,
Yeah, because
following that conversation?
yeah, 'cause
All right.
she said
Where was that?
in New York, because she said she was stopping off in New York for a couple of days. I asked her what she was gonna stay. She said a hotel. I'm like, girl, we friends. You don't have to stay at a hotel. You can stay at my place.
All right. Did you actually see her that night? Did she stay at your place?
Yeah,
So where'd you first see her?
at the airport,
What airport?
LaGuardia.
And what were you doing out there?
I went to pick her up.
What time did you pick her up from LaGuardia Airport?
She told me she was on at 11, so I got there like minutes to 11. I had to wait because I think her flight was delayed. Yeah, her flight was delayed, so I waited there for like 45 minutes.
And so, did you end up seeing Miss Adams? Did she actually get in your car?
Yeah.
You picked her up from LaGuardia
Mhm.
Airport? When she got in your car, did you notice anything out of the ordinary?
Mm-mm.
Did you notice anything about her appearance?
No,
Was there any bruising on her at that point?
no.
What were you doing when you picked Miss Adams up?
We went to go pick up my friend Tally in Queens, and we were just chilling in the car. We were just like singing and just talking.
Anything out of the ordinary about either Miss Adams or your friend Tolly's demeanor?
No.
What's your friend Tolly's name? if you know?
Her name is Natalia Moses.
Okay. Your car, what kind of car do you drive?
Mercedes-Benz GLE 63S.
Is there any kind of aftermarket systems that's equipped with?
Talks for itself.
Let me ask you this. Does your car have video?
Yeah. Well, I install dash cam in my car.
Oh, you put the dash cam in. That
Yeah.
didn't come with the car itself?
No.
Got it. What I'm going to ask is if we could pull up video 2, I believe, from what has been marked exhibit number 5. I'm going to ask this other closet real quick by hitting space. Thank you. So, looking at video number 2, it looks like the timestamp on the bottom says December 3rd, 24 minutes.
Yeah.
Watching that video, what are we seeing in the video?
We were listening to Cranes in the Sky by Solange, and we were just talking about what the song was about.
Got it.
Yeah.
So when you say there, who is we?
My friend Natalia Moses and Mila Adams in the car.
All right, so where we pause, it's a little hard to see, but is your testimony that Miss Moses was in the car?
Yeah.
Who's in the front seat here?
Mila Adams.
So was Miss Moses in the back seat of your car?
Yes.
Okay. What did the 3 of you do that night?
We went to Jersey. I have a house in Jersey City, so we went to Jersey City.
And what did you do?
Drink, eat wings, and watch TV, just chill.
All right. Did you end up staying or sleeping in Jersey City, or did she
N-
sleep somewhere else?
No, I went back to my apartment in Brooklyn.
Who went back to your apartment in Brooklyn?
Me, Tally, and Mila.
And in your car. How long have you had that?
Probably a little after my birthday, which is September. So, yeah, probably end of September, beginning of October.
Okay. Why do you have that?
Because people are scamming in New York, insurance fraud.
I don't know what happened and why it jumped like that, but it did. Okay. So she's answering about, let me go back on my phone, see where we were. That was weird.
Healthy. And so I wanted to cook that because I didn't want to buy Uber. I didn't want to spend money on Uber Eats. And
Miss Adams, that day?
yeah,
Okay, so
you hit your car and you have a nice car and they try to get money off of you. And she stopped off in New York for a couple of days. I asked her what she was going to stay. She said a hotel. I'm like, yeah, we're friends. You don't have to stay at a hotel. Yeah, well, I installed dashcam in my car.
okay, so that's right around the time they were. So she was talking about the dash cam.
Miss
Okay.
Adams, prior to her coming down that night, 1 a.m., and having this conversation with you, did she tell you that she'd been assaulted? Did you heard anything about a strangulation and assault?
No.
Are we kind of right at the? I don't know what they did. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not sure what they. Yeah, that's why I got it on mute. They were asking her about the dash cam, and then yeah, something weird happened. But I think I found the spot where we were at. Girl, I wish it was that easy. Okay.
That night, when she was talking about the
They were talking about the dash cam. He was asking her why she had a dash cam, right? And she said because of scammers. I think we're right there.
suing Mr. Diggs, did she say that she had been assaulted?
No.
I want to back up down to kind of early in your testimony. You said,
Are we at the right spot,
do you
y'all?
remember seeing anything about a hostile work environment? So
They were talking about Jersey City. They were in Jersey City. Then they went back to Brooklyn. Girl, all I was thinking was like, Mila, you're in the wrong business because Miss Ma'am got it going on. She got house in Jersey City. She's over there in Brooklyn. She bought you a ticket to Trinidad and Tobago. She drives a Mercedes. Ma'am has a coin, okay? And you're over here for $2,000 and you're over here buying a whole grown man, Stefon Diggs, 2 gifts from Chanel. Like, what's going on? I bet you this lady didn't buy anything for Stefon with some good sense. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
oh.
if he was annoyed.
And that's Mr. Diggs?
Yeah.
Did she tell you she was going to do anything?
Yeah. Loud. I don't want to imply anything, but like,
No. So
okay,
let me
yeah.
stop you right there. You said she's over on her phone. She was laughing really loud.
Yeah.
Was she watching the comedy special?
No, she was just on her phone.
Okay. So you said the next later that night or the
Yeah.
next morning you spoke to her again?
Yeah, like in the like probably midnight, 1 a.m. ish. Yeah, she came downstairs and we were talking.
When
yeah.
she came downstairs, was there anybody else downstairs?
No, just me and her.
And what did she tell you when she came downstairs?
She asked me if he was annoyed. But
She asked you if
he seemed.
him-
Yeah,
Are
if
we
he
at the
was
right
annoyed.
spot, you guys?
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me back you up. Miss Adams leaves New York,
Yeah.
9, 10, 11.
Yeah.
And your testimony was that you think it was on the 13th. You saw Mr. Diggs' hair that night.
I slept on the couch because I had a flight 6 a.m. now.
All right. Let me back you up there for a moment. Did you see anything unusual on the evening of December 13th? When you were doing Mr. Diggs' hair?
Yeah. So I was behind the couch. So after a while, she moves from behind on the dining table and she comes to the front, like on the side, like a love seat area thing. And she was there on her phone and she was just like laughing really loud. I don't want to imply anything, but like
No.
tell,
So
okay,
let me
yeah.
stop you right there. You said she's over on her phone. She was laughing really loud.
Yeah.
Was she watching the comedy special?
No, she was just on her phone.
Okay. So you said later that night or the
Yeah.
next morning you spoke to her again?
Yeah, like in the like probably midnight, 1 a.m. ish. Yeah, she came downstairs and we were talking.
When
yeah.
she came downstairs, was there anybody else downstairs?
No, just me and her.
And what did she tell you when she came downstairs?
She asked me if he was annoyed.
She asked you if
he seemed, yeah, if he was annoyed.
and that's Mr. Diggs?
Yeah.
Did she tell you she was going to do anything?
Yeah, she was trying to antagonize him while she was on the couch, like trying to get beneath his skin, and she was
Sustained.
okay.
So let me ask you this way. Did she indicate when she came downstairs that she was going to do anything? Did she tell you she was going to take any action?
Yeah, she said she was gonna sue him
For what?
for the money that he owes her, and like she gonna take it to the blog. She gonna
Take it to the block?
blogs.
Got it.
Yeah. It was like an hour-long conversation, so it was a lot. so-
Let me stop you there. for
Oh,
one
sorry.
moment. So do you remember her saying that she was going to make him pay?
Yeah.
Do you remember her saying anything about a hostile work environment?
Yeah.
Let me have one moment, Your Honor.
I feel like it was right around here. They were talking about eating wings. Hold on. Okay, that's what it was right there.
Did Ms. Adams ever tell you that she had been assaulted or strangled?
No.
Did she ever?
Okay. This is where they were looking at something, and I guess he asked her, like, what were y'all doing? And she said we were drinking and eating wings, right?
On December 4th, 5th, 6th, did you notice any of that?
No.
Did Ms. Adams ever tell you that she had been assaulted or strangled?
No.
Did she ever mention any kind of an attack?
No.
Do you remember when she left?
I can't give you the exact date, but probably like somewhere between the 9th, 10th, or 11th. Either one of those dates.
Okay. And after Miss Adams left, actually, let me back up, strike that. So if she got there on December 2nd, and she left on the 9th, 10th, or 11th, this is fair to say she was down there for a week, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah.
All right. After she left, did you see her again?
Yeah, I saw her afterwards.
Soon afterwards? Where was that?
In Boston.
And in Boston, where were you?
Where was I in Boston?
Yeah.
At the house in Dedham.
Oh, apologies.
Yeah.
I understand. So you saw her again at the house in Dedham?
Yeah.
And when was that?
Probably the 13th. Yeah, the 12th or the 13th, because I had to go do his hair.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was there some sort of time sensitive pressure about doing his hair?
Because he had to leave to go to Miami, so I had to go do his hair. Yeah.
Okay.
I had to do his hair. Probably had a game. He probably had a game.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me back you up. Miss Adams leaves New York.
Yeah.
9, 10, 11.
Yeah.
And your testimony was that you think it was on the 13th. You saw her again?
Yeah. Either 12, 13, 14, somewhere there. I'm not good with dates.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was
At the house in Dedham.
all right.
Yeah.
What were you doing in the house in Dedham?
I had to do his hair.
Who was in the house in Dedham?
His mom, Mila, me. I think Marshawn was there. Yeah. Yeah, that's where I can remember being in the house.
Okay. Did you do Mr. Diggs's hair that day?
Yeah.
What time of day?
It was late evening.
In the evening then?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
How long did doing his hair take?
Between 3 and 5 hours.
And so, do you remember when you finished doing his hair roughly?
It was late that night. Yeah, like probably 10, 11, somewhere there.
What did you do after you finished doing Mr. Diggs's hair that night?
I slept on the couch because I had a flight 6 a.m. that morning.
6 a.m. the following morning or that morning?
So I did his hair the night. I stayed downstairs on the couch. I was laying on the couch on my phone. I stayed down there because I had a flight early the next morning.
Got it.
Yeah.
When you were down on the couch, what happened?
Like later into the night, Mila came downstairs and she was just talking about stuff that happened earlier in the day.
All right, let me back you up there for a moment. Did you see anything unusual on the evening of December 13th when you were doing Mr. Diggs's hair?
Yeah, so I was behind the couch. He was on the couch with Miss Stephanie. We were watching a Netflix comedy special and we were just there kicking it. He was on his phone. Mila was in the back of us, like in a little dining area. She was on her phone and she shouts over to him, "Yo, Steph, when am I gonna get my money?" And he responds, I think you spoke to the accountant. And her demeanor changed, his demeanor kind of changed, but I wasn't paying any attention to it. I was just doing my job. So after a while, she moves from behind on the dining table and she comes to the front, like on the side, like a love seat area thing. And she was there on her phone and she was just like laughing really loud. I don't want to imply anything, but like you
No,
tell.
so
Okay,
let me
yeah.
stop you right there. You said she's over on her phone. She was laughing really loud.
Yeah.
Was she watching the comedy special?
No, she was just on her phone.
Okay. So you said later that night or the
Yeah.
next morning, you spoke to her again?
Yeah, like in the probably midnight, 1 a.m.-ish. Yeah, she came downstairs and we were talking.
When she came downstairs, was there anybody else downstairs?
No, just me and her.
And what did she tell you when she came downstairs?
She asked me if he was annoyed. But
She asked you if
he seemed, yeah, if he was annoyed.
and that's Mr. Diggs?
Yeah.
Did she tell you she was going to do anything?
Yeah, she was trying to antagonize him while she was on the couch, like trying to get beneath his skin, and she was
Sustained.
okay.
So let me ask you this way. Did she indicate when she came downstairs that she was going to do anything? Did she tell you she was going to take any action?
Yeah, she said she was gonna sue him
For what?
for the money that he owes her, and like she gonna take it to the blog. She gonna
Take it to the block?
blogs.
Got it.
Yeah. It was like an hour-long conversation, so it was a lot.
Hang on,
so.
ma'am.
Let me stop you there. for
Oh,
one
sorry.
moment. So do you remember her saying that she was going to make him pay?
Yeah.
Do you remember her saying anything about a hostile work environment?
Yeah.
I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yeah.
A couple things I want to follow up with. Ms. Charles. Did Ms. Adams, prior to her coming down that night, 1 a.m., and having this conversation with you, did she tell you that she'd been assaulted? She heard anything about a strangulation and
No.
assault?
No.
That night, when she was talking about the suing Mr. Diggs,
Yeah.
did she say that she had been assaulted?
No.
I want to back up down to kind of early in your testimony. You said you have a dash camera in your car. How long have you had that?
Probably a little after my birthday, which is September. So, yeah, probably end of September, beginning of October.
Okay, why do you have that?
Because people are scamming in your insurance fraud. Like they hit your car, they see you have a nice car, and they try to get money out of you.
In New York, you said?
Yeah.
I don't have any further questions.
Caldwell, here to inquire.
Good afternoon, Ms. Charles.
Afternoon.
So you've been doing Mr. Diggs' hair, you said every 2 to 3 weeks?
Yeah.
For how long?
So I started doing his hair when he was at the Buffalo Bills, and then last year, like a little before the Met Gala last year, is when like I started doing it consistently.
Okay, so for more than 1 year you've been doing it, or?
Yeah.
And that's you said like a 3 to 5 hour appointment every 2 to 3 weeks. How much do you get paid when you do that?
It depends on the style I do. It could range from $600 to probably $1,500.
And you said that sometimes you go to the games afterwards.
Yeah.
How many times has that happened?
I went twice when I was in Dedham, once in New York, and once at the Super Bowl.
And you also said that at least on one occasion you slept over his house. Did you sleep over his house often, or?
No.
When did you meet Ms. Adams?
Probably August, September.
So at the time when she went to New York, you'd known her for 2-3 months, something like that?
Probably, yeah.
And you'd known him for over a year?
Yeah.
And you'd seen him every 2 to 3 weeks for 3 to 5 hours?
Yeah.
So is it fair to say you knew him better than you knew her?
No, because we have a client service provider relationship. So I wouldn't say that's subjective.
When you're doing his hair, do you talk to him?
I keep it professional. So just how's the game, stuff like that. Nothing in his personal life.
Wait 1 moment. Nothing further.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Charles.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know what Law and Crime did, but something got weird, and they look dry too. Like he must not know how to put like some oil on his hair. So somebody asked, I saw in the chat, who was the person? That's the hairstylist. She went the victim, the alleged victim. So this is someone asked in another chat. I was looking at Facebook messages, so let me just address that. Someone said, what is he getting sued for? This is not a lawsuit. This is a criminal proceeding. It's the state of Massachusetts versus Stefon Diggs. There is a woman named Mila Adams who filed criminal charges against Stefon Diggs. This is a felony charge, like a felony assault, including strangulation, suffocation, and some misdemeanor battery or something. It's serious. So the victim testified. That's yesterday's video, so go check that out. And earlier today, and then they've had a series of other witnesses. I just suggest just slide the bar back to get caught up. There was the chief of staff. There was a police officer who took the initial report. There was another person. Then there was the chief. There was the contract CFO. There's now this hairstylist. There have been several people. There was a massage therapist. There have been several people testifying. So yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. But yeah, that's this person who's testifying is the hairstylist, and she's basically somewhat of a witness to, I guess, some of the overall demeanor, the relationship, the events of the day type thing. Um, Girl, I guess there was family around, but the family hadn't been here to testify. We're not going to talk about sis rate. You know what I'm saying? Like, girl, we're not going to knock her hustle. Ma'am, girl. But these people also want to pay for privacy because they got shenanigans going on at the house, and they don't want people running to the shade room. They don't want, like, I'm just going to say, like, Mila is mad over a couple weeks of pay, which turns out they did not owe her. And she's threatening him in front of other service providers, saying she's going to take him to the blogs and all kinds of things. So let me just acknowledge these members who've came forward. We had a couple of new members, and we had some member milestones. So thank you guys for dropping those. Let's get to the next witness. The next witness looks like it's going to be maybe about another 45 minutes, and then it looks like they're going to be on a break. It's possible that by the time this is over, let's see, by the time this is over, it might be, let's see, I'm just trying to give you guys a guesstimate where we are. Looks like they're going to let them go, and then we're going to be at about, I don't know how long they've been taking for lunch, but it's looking like by the time this testimony is finished, they should probably be back from their lunch break. So anyway, let's get into it. This next witness, okay?
Your Honor, the defense calls Natalia Moses.
Just watch your step, and then you can remain standing.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may sit or stand.
Good afternoon, Ms. Moses.
Good afternoon.
Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Sure, my name is Natalia Moses, Moses.
All right, and I'll just ask you to keep your voice up a little bit so that everyone in the court can hear.
Sure.
Do you also go by a nickname?
Yes, Tali.
Tali is your nickname?
Yes.
Where do you live?
I live in Brooklyn, New York, and I've just moved. I live in Florida. I go between Brooklyn and Florida as I have a business in Florida as well.
Okay. And what do you do for a living?
I'm a hairstylist.
Do you work for any particular salon or on your own?
No, I have my own business.
Okay. Do you know Shy Charles?
I do.
How do you know Shy?
Shy and I met in 2018. I started off being her assistant, her braiding assistant.
Okay. Do you still work with Shy?
No.
All right. What about Stefon Diggs? Do you know Stefon Diggs?
No, not personally.
Have you ever met Stefon Diggs?
No.
Is Stefon Diggs a client of yours?
No.
Okay. Do you know Mila Adams?
I do.
How do you know Mila?
I know Mila through Shy.
Okay. When is the first, have you ever met Ms. Adams?
I have.
When is the first time you met her?
I want to say December 2nd into December 3rd. Around that time, that was the first time I met her in person, but I would have spoken to her on the phone on multiple occasions before.
Okay. And did you talk to her, just the two of you before December 2nd?
No, not just the two of us. we would always speak on with Shy in the middle, so it would always be on Shy's phone. So I never spoke to her one-on-one prior to December 2nd.
I see. Okay. So Shy and Ms. Adams had a relationship.
That's correct.
And then sometime, and you and Shy have a relationship.
That's correct.
And sometimes the three of you would talk.
That's correct.
Understood. And were these calls professional calls, business calls, personal calls?
Personal calls.
Okay. All right. So what were the circumstances under which you met Ms. Adams on December 2nd?
So she said she was passing through to New York, and Shy told her, well, she could stay at her house. I just came from Atlanta because I had a job in Atlanta, and Shy told me that she would pick me up as we were coming in from the same airport. I, however, came in before Miss Adams, so I went to my family's house, and Shy picked me up from there with Miss Adams in the car.
Okay. And where was your family's house?
In Queens.
All right. And that was the first time you met Ms. Adams?
In person,
In
yes.
person.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, I take it you had been in Shy's car before?
That's correct.
All right. And can you describe her car, the outside of it?
It's a white AMG.
Okay. And can you just describe the inside of her car?
She has a red interior.
All right. Does she have any recording devices in her car?
Yes, she has a dash cam in her car.
All right. And can you describe what that dash cam looks like?
It's a rectangular shape. She has it on the top of the windshield.
Okay. So you can see it when you're sitting in her car?
That's correct.
All right. And did you know that that dash cam was in there?
I did.
All right. Did you know that on December 2nd?
Yes, I did.
And you could see it when you were sitting in the car on December 2nd?
Yes, I did.
All right. After Shy and Ms. Adams picked you up in, I think you said Queens?
Yes.
What did you do after that?
We went to New Jersey.
And what did you do in New Jersey?
We was just chilling at the house. We bought food and, girl time. We was just hanging around watching music videos and stuff like that.
And during that time, it's a strange question, were the lights on?
It was.
Okay. When you were with Shy and Miss Adams at the house in New Jersey, did you notice any marks or bruises or redness on Ms. Adams' face?
I did not.
Could you see her neck at that time?
Yes.
Did you notice any marks or redness or bruises on her neck?
No, I did not.
Did she complain at any point about soreness or stiffness or, soreness or stiffness?
No, she did not.
You testified, did you see her eat?
I did.
Did you see her drink?
I did.
Did she seem to have any difficulty swallowing?
She did not.
Did she complain about difficulty swallowing?
No, she did not.
Or a sore throat at all?
No.
Did her voice sound hoarse?
No, it did
Did her
not.
voice sound any different than it had sounded when you previously spoke with her?
No.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary in her appearance or her behavior on December 2nd?
I did not.
Okay. How long did you end up spending time with Miss Adams in New York City?
Approximately a week.
Okay. Did you spend that whole week? And I'm sorry, I should have asked this question. Did you stay in that house in New Jersey on December 2nd?
No, we went to Shy's house in Brooklyn.
Okay. And did you end up staying there that night?
We did.
Did you stay there also on the night of December 3rd?
I did.
And did you stay there all the way up until December 9th?
I did.
Okay. And did Miss Adams stay there as well?
She did.
Where did you sleep in the Brooklyn house?
We all slept in Shy's room.
Okay. By all, you mean you, Miss Adams, and Shy?
And Shy.
Okay.
Sometimes Shy would go to her boyfriend's house, so sometimes it would just be Miss Adams and myself.
Okay. I take it you at some point woke up on December 3rd.
Yes.
And what was Ms. Adams' behavior like on December 3rd?
She was fine. She was bubbly.
Okay.
Yeah, a good personality. She didn't show any signs of anything wrong.
Okay. Did she cook for you?
She made breakfast.
And same question on December 3rd. Did you spend December 3rd with her?
I did.
did you see any bruises, redness, marks on her face at that time?
No.
Were you able to see her neck on that day?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to see her chest on that day?
Yes, we all stayed in the same room, so we got dressed and everything together.
Okay, understood. And did you see any marks or bruising or redness
No.
on any of those areas? Okay. Did you see any such marks or bruises or redness, anything like that, the entire week you spent together?
No.
Okay. Did there come a time where Ms. Adams asked you to take a look at her hair?
Yes.
Can you? What was that? How did that come about?
So I was supposed to do her hair. So a stylist, I would analyze her hair. I would lift it up just to see if, the style that we was going to do. I was trying to decide on the style that we was going to do. So I did have close up view to her neck and her hair.
Okay. And in the course of lifting her hair and looking at her neck, did you see anything?
No.
Okay. Do you remember taking a couple of videos of Ms. Adams while you were together in New York?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember approximately when that was?
Possibly December 7th or 8th, around that time.
Okay. And I will ask Mr. Kettlewell to very smoothly play Exhibit 8, please. Okay, and we could just pause that. Sorry. Ms. Moses, is this one of the videos that you took of Ms. Adams?
Yes, it is.
All right, and can you just describe where you are?
We were in Shire's room there, and we were just goofing around, listening to music and dancing and stuff.
Okay. And then if you could just complete that video, please. All right, and then Mr. Kettlewell, if you could play Exhibit 9, please. And can you just hit pause for a second? Thank you. Is this the other video that you took of Ms. Adams?
Yes, it is.
And that was on that trip in New York?
Yes, it is.
Between December 2nd and December 9th?
Yes.
Okay. And was this close in time to the first video?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mr. Kettlewell, if you could keep playing. And was that video that you took, was that consistent of how Miss Adams was being with you?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone ask you to take that video?
No.
But Miss Adams knew you were filming her.
She did.
Okay. And the entire time that you were with Miss Adams in New York City, did she mention anything about being hit?
She did not.
Did she mention anything about being choked?
No, she did not.
Did she say or do anything that suggested to you that Steph Diggs had hurt her or scared her in any way?
She did not.
I have no further questions. Yeah, thank you. Kamal?
Just briefly, that New York trip, was that the first time you had ever met Miss Adams in person?
That's correct.
You said you didn't see any bruises on her. Were you looking for bruises on her?
No, but she was in my face.
Nothing further.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Well, okay. Look, we gonna Stefon Diggs is getting his day in court. Girl. Okay. So it looks like they're at lunch. Okay. Let's hear the instruction because it sounds like they went to lunch. We'll find out how long lunch is or was. It's giving. They should be back shortly. So I'll probably just advance it to wherever it starts. And we're just gonna hold on and see. It's gonna pick up shortly.
All right,
So
defense rest.
wait, the defense just rested? What? Hold up. Hold up. Okay. This said,
All right, defense rest.
okay, so we're going to come back for closing arguments. So Stefon is not testifying. Now, I don't know in Massachusetts, do they have rebuttal? Like, does the state get another chance to come back and rebuttal? I don't know if they do that there. You know how they do that in Florida. I have no idea. So we're going to see. But the defense just rested, so it could be closing arguments when we come back and jury instructions. So they could be gone for a little while. Maybe they got to work on jury instructions. I don't know. That could be what they're working on at this moment. But this is not a lawsuit, guys. This is actually a criminal case. He's being accused of strangulation of a chef. And if you did not watch this from the beginning, the chef, it was interesting, the testimony. I'm not going to say too much. If you saw the testimony yesterday, you have a good idea of what my thoughts are. I'm keeping them to myself until we get to closing arguments. But at the end of the day, I mean, it is what it is. He's being accused. There was a situation. They were involved in a sexual relationship. Turns out he may have had multiple sexual relationships up under that roof. And it seems ma'am, in my opinion, was somewhat disgruntled. I think it's fair to say she was somewhat disgruntled, definitely by the end, because they're where they're at right now. But she claims that he yoked her up. If you don't know what that means, he put her somewhat in a headlock. I guess yoking someone up is considered like a headlock of sorts, with the crook of your arm. And she says he slapped her. He yoked her up in the crook of his arm. So headlock. She said she peed on herself. It was bad. So what was the significance of the video they just showed? She alleges that a 6'2" man, she's 5'4", small stature, got yoked up by a 6'2" professional football player to the point where she said she could not breathe and she lost capacity of her bladder. And the following day, they're showing that she was over there in Brooklyn, doing the Running Man and doing whatever she was, dancing, drinking, enjoying herself. Not to say that she's not allowed to do that, but there were no signs of neck injury where he would possibly have yoked her to the point of not losing breath and all of those things. That's I guess the point of the defense showing that. Also, as far as the prosecution is concerned and the timeline, there was a significant period of time in between the event and the reporting of the event. And so there were no visible injuries, and she did not document anything at the time. So that situation happening, also keep in mind, a month before there was a discrepancy there was a dispute regarding some pay. She felt that she hadn't been paid for 3 to 2 weeks. Turns out it was 1 week, but there was a pay discrepancy. So there was also something going on about that. She was in shock. The Running Man helps with soreness. Okay, that was part of her physical therapy. Okay, there's jokes in the chat. Okay, so look, y'all, I'm trying to be very fair, and impartial. Um, because now's the time where they're going to make decisions. But I'm going to be honest with you, there were problems with the main witness's testimony, i.e., Miss Mila Adams. There was just problems with her testimony. And I'm going to say this again, my opinion. It's possible that what she says happened actually did happen. But if you go back to the yesterday's testimony, it's very difficult to find her witness testimony compelling because there was a lot of it was very difficult to get her testimony out of her, and she definitely had a goal on the stand rather than just answering the prosecutor's question, because the prosecutor has a roadmap of questioning to prove their case. If they're not able to get the answers out of you, and or the defense is able to make you look disagreeable, hostile, all of those things, it can weigh against you with the jury. So that's just what we observed yesterday. And today she came back to the stand. It was no different. So it was really kind of difficult to give this lady the grace that you would want to give somebody who was a victim of a serious attack like that. No woman wants to be yoked up by any man, much less at your place of work, where you work and play. Because let's not let that go unnoted that she was in a work and play relationship with this man. And you know, it was a complex situation. And that's where we are today. That's how they ended up here. How did we get here? What I just said. Okay. So you can slide the bar back. Let's hear what's going to happen next, but it sounds like they getting ready to be on break for a minute. So let's listen. This is a fool. Okay. Bro, y'all funny. Agree. Yes. Okay, thank you. It is very plausible he did all that because I could so see that. If Sir is paying $1,500 for some dusty straightbacks, girl, he might have on a $10,000 suit. Okay. He came dressed to impress. Okay. But it doesn't look like Miss Shy did his hair before court.
Jurors, so the defense has rested. There's no further evidence in this case, so that is closed. So that means that, as I predicted for you, what remains will be the closing statements of the attorneys, and then I will give you my instructions for you on the law. What we're going to do is we're going to suspend for the lunch and recess, and we will resume at 2 o'clock with all of that. Okay? So there should be, your lunch order should be ready, hopefully.
Y'all look at us. She said we're going to resume at 2 o'clock. Guess what time it is, y'all? Guess what time it is, guys? Guess what time it is? It's 2:02. Okay. There's sound. You got to leave and come back. You might not have yet, girl. Look at us. Do we not do an excellent job of claiming our time back, or do we not do an excellent job of claiming our time back? Okay. So we're going to be at time in just a minute. So we're going to be right back on time. Let's see what else she's got to say.
Arise, jurors can
Oh,
step down, please.
yeah. Okay. All right. Well, it's 2:02, so they should be coming back soon. Y'all look at this. We got all our time back.
The squad stands in a luncheon recess.
Council, if I could just get the flash drive.
Yes.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you.
Girl, look at us. Girl, they back on the clock. I love it. I love it. That's why I like starting later, guys. I love starting later because, baby, we always time it just perfect. Okay. All right. Look at us. Okay. Did they? Let's see. We may have missed a minute. Hold on. So, okay. They came back to a sidebar. We need to address, yes. Okay. All right, they're in a sidebar. So they'll be back, girl. We did that. Let me think. I do think, I'm giving my opinion. I do think that the defense, first of all, I'm going to be honest with you. Prosecution did not prove their case. They didn't give us anything other than her word. I don't know if they were trying to go on the good old circumstantial, which circumstantial wins cases at all the time, but I don't know if they were just going on where, you know what I mean? I don't look. What did they do to prove their case? I did not see anything that the prosecution provided to prove the case other than this lady's word. And the lady's word was not credible. She was busted out in at least 1 to 2 lies. She was also busted for potentially stealing or making a error. We're just going to say she made an obvious error in her timesheet, and she was called out about that. So there were some issues with her testimony, and there's some issues with her in general. But it doesn't mean she couldn't have been slapped and she couldn't have been yoked up. It just, I mean, I didn't see where the prosecution proved their case at all. Like, well, damn, we didn't see anything. I think that what the defense did, I can't say that they proved he coming for his money, and she's trying to get money. It's a money grab. I think that they conveyed that message. Now, is that true that it's a money grab? Is it true she just wants money from him? Is it true? Maybe, she's trying to, I don't want to say extort, but she's trying to, is it true that she's disgruntled? Is it, girl, she deleted messages. She lied about something. She was, she looked real bad. Okay. The defense is making her look like she was bitter because she was sleeping with him and he had a girlfriend and he had options and she was disgruntled. Then also you got the CFO came on, the contract CFO, talking about she submitted receipts for monies that she wasn't even due, not for a lot of money, but $2,500 is $2,500. So she's taking advantage potentially of basically carte blanche reimbursement, and they're reimbursing her. And once they did an audit, she's been overpaid. So not only was she asking for payment for more than what she was owed because they'd already paid her, but then now you're asking for receipts that have already been paid. So it just makes it look like a situation. So I don't know. They didn't prove that she, they have records. I guess they didn't ask for those receipts, but at the end of the day, they can, right? So I don't know. It just doesn't look very good. And it's sad because if she was attacked, he could potentially get away with it because this is just not a very strong case. I'm surprised that it even came to court. I'm just kind of surprised. And I'm gonna just say, I'm gonna go even further to say, if she tries to sue him, he might sue her. If she tries to sue him, he might flip it and sue her, and baby, it's not gonna, she don't have the money to pay him back for his lawyers, and it's gonna be ugly. You know what I'm saying? I mean, let's just see what the verdict is, but that's my opinion, guys. It was bad, wasn't it, Free? It is, this case is a disaster. I don't know if maybe they don't have a lot of cases in Dedham.
Good afternoon again. As I told you, the evidence in this case is closed, and you're about to hear the closing statements of the attorneys. And what I want to say to you about that is that this is an important part of the trial because it is the final opportunity given to the lawyers to address you. It's an opportunity for the attorneys to summarize the evidence, to call your attention to certain parts of the evidence that they regard as important, and based on the evidence, to try to persuade you to reach a certain result. However, try to persuade you to reach a certain result. However, what you are about to hear is not evidence. Lawyers are not witnesses. All the evidence in this case has been presented through the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits, which you will have an opportunity to examine and consider during your deliberations. Our rules are designed to ensure that the parties receive a fair trial, and they therefore prohibit the attorneys from making certain types of arguments in an effort to persuade you to reach a certain result or to favor or disfavor either side. For example, the attorneys are not permitted to refer to facts that are not in evidence in this case. If based on your memory and understanding of the evidence, a lawyer does this, you should disregard that comment. The attorneys are not permitted to express their personal belief in the credibility or lack of credibility of any witness who testifies in this case. That determination is entirely for you to make. If a lawyer makes such a comment, you should disregard that comment. Attorneys are not permitted to persuade you for or against either party by appealing to human passions or prejudices. If you become conscious of any passion or prejudice as you consider the evidence or engage in your deliberations, you must put those feelings aside and not permit them to influence your thinking. And if a lawyer makes such a comment, you must disregard that comment.
Care to proceed? Bless you.
Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. As I said to you in my opening statement, there was no assault, no strangulation, no incident at all on that day or any other day. You didn't see any injuries. You didn't see any photographs. You learned there were no medical records, no statements, no nothing between December 2nd and December 16th. You have not been provided with a single shred of credible evidence to determine that any assault actually occurred in the house on that day. The Commonwealth's case is nothing more than the words of Miss Adams. In my opening statement, I told you one tool to use as you go through this process is to consider how to find the truth. That the simplest answer that accounts for all the facts, that answer is the truth. And so what I want to do is take you through some of the undisputed facts in this case. December 2nd, Ms. Adams spent the afternoon talking on the phone. She got a ticket to Atlanta. She cooked Stefon Diggs dinner. We learned this morning that it was a hot dog. She went into Mr. Diggs's bedroom to provide him birthday presents and to deliver those birthday presents. Timeline-wise, all of this, every single fact that I just mentioned, all of those would have occurred after what Miss Adams says was a violent assault that occurred sometime that afternoon. That night, Miss Adams left the house at 7:15 and she flew to New York City. You heard that she told the police that she stayed with friends. You heard her describe whose friends they were. But you also heard her say that she had a ticket to Atlanta, purchased before she ever changed it to go to New York City. You saw videos of Miss Adams when she arrived in New York. You heard from the woman who picked her up from the airport, who also saw Miss Adams when she arrived in New York. You saw video and heard from Tali Moses, who spent the entire week with Miss Adams in New York. And you got to see how she looked. You got to see her face. You got to see her neck. You got to see the way she moved during the course of that week. One thing I'll say about that, Miss Adams, she might define bruising, however, is expedient or convenient for her, but we all know what bruising looks like. You saw the videos and you heard from the witnesses. On December 5th, Miss Adams texted Stefon Diggs, "Hi, can you please approve my pay with finance, please and thank you." That would have been 2.5 days after he violently strangled her in her bedroom. December 6th, you saw the video of her dancing. That's 3.5 days after this assault allegedly occurred. You heard that throughout the course of that week, from December 2nd to December 9th, Miss Adams didn't mention a single thing about any assault to anyone. The one thing you heard her mention was on the afternoon of December 2nd, she told Shy she wasn't going to Miami. You heard that on December 9th, she went back to the house. And I told you the details were going to be important about her going back to the house in my opening statement. She got back to the house at 11:30 p.m. alone and walked into the house. And what did she do? She didn't just go to Stefon Diggs's bedroom door and knock on it. She tried to punch in the code, and it didn't work. And those are her words. That's what she told you. None of that is consistent with a violent assault having occurred the last time they interacted with one another. Not one piece of that. And those are undisputed facts. On December 11th, Miss Adams texted Mr. Diggs her apology. She said she was sorry she was being emo, and she didn't want him to feel that way. She didn't want him to think she was trying to quit her job. And she told you she was trying to keep her job. She was trying to get back. She also told the police 4 days later, 5 days later, that she had quit her job on December 2nd. We know that that was a lie. Not just from the fact that she actually told you that that was a lie, but from the actual evidence that you have in this case that is undisputed. That evidence goes on. She told Mr. Diggs's girlfriend that she didn't say any of that to the police, meaning what she told the police, that she didn't accuse Mr. Diggs of assault. And that wasn't true. She also, a month later, told the world that she had never demanded money. And that also wasn't true. Now, more undisputed facts. Miss Adams was paid for November. At first, she didn't admit that. She ended up saying they worked it out. She got paid for 2-3 weeks. And we actually got an answer today on why she wasn't paid for a full month. Because she was in Tobago with Shy Charles. You heard from Melissa Goddard. Miss Adams was paid up. The non-disclosure agreement. Miss Goddard talked to you about that. And you heard about that from Miss Adams. I want you to look at the text message in Exhibit 4. It's on page 195. We talked about it a little bit yesterday afternoon. But this is another undisputed fact, and it's very important. Because despite what Miss Adams told the police on December 16th and told you at times yesterday, on December 13th, 2025, Miss Adams says what she thinks the NDA is about. And she says, "You sitting here playing in my face, 700 comments. If I told someone why it's not in the blog, you believe it," meaning Mr. Diggs, "and now sign an NDA. Send me my money. You sitting here playing in my face." Miss Adams wants you to believe she wouldn't tell Shy Charles because Shy Charles knew Mr. Diggs. That requires you to completely ignore the fact that she chose freely and willingly to go to New York to stay with Shy Charles. December 13th, she told Mr. Diggs, she told Stefon Diggs what she thought the NDA was all about. And it was about the blog issue. You think it might make a little sense if the NDA was about any kind of a physical assault, a strangulation? That she might say to him anything. "Hey, you know what this NDA is really about." Or maybe just, "The NDA, because you assaulted me?" Not a word. She describes why that's there. And those are her words from December 13th. And that is undisputed. Now let's talk about the police for a few moments. Because Miss Adams went to the police, as you heard, on December 16th. And there's other undisputed facts in this report. She lied to the police. She did not leave her job. Miss Adams told you something yesterday where she said, "Well, I left my position was like in the house, but that wasn't my job." And you heard what Officer Ellis said this morning. I said, "You mean her position, as in her job?" And he said, "Of course." She told Officer Ellis that she just went back to get her stuff. And you know that isn't true. And at times, she seemed to admit that that wasn't true. And you know from her own words at the time to both Mr. Diggs and to Sonny that that wasn't true. The text message that you've heard about the deletion. There's two things that I want you to pay close attention to. and that I want to talk to you about in both Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2. Exhibit 1, the text message that she sent purporting to be a screenshot of the argument that led to a violent assault that ended with Mr. Diggs choking her. That's what she told Officer Ellis. And you heard that from him this morning. You also heard from her that she deleted messages. And I think what she said was something like, I didn't want to look bad, or something along those lines. And if you look at what was actually deleted, the words she said, she was saying bet and pussy were what she deleted, that's what she did. She did delete those messages, right? Those are not in the text messages that she provided to Dedham police. But more importantly, what she actually deleted that wasn't about making her look bad or not, it was right after the words, I'm out of your life. And it said, and ruining that bitch life. And then you can actually go to Exhibit 2 and look, there's a fairy emoji she sent. And why that's important is because, as you heard from Officer Ellis this morning, it'd be important to know if somebody deleted messages. It'd be important to see the full picture. And that message right there, and ruining that bitch life, apologies for the language, with the fairy emoji, you think that might have prompted the question, hey, who's that bitch? She answered the question for you yesterday. It was Lindsay. The argument wasn't about money. You have it in evidence. And Ms. Adams later admitted that. These lies to the police, the fact that they're undisputed, why? Look at all of those facts. They're undisputed in the record. They are all there. If you remove from those facts one thing, that an assault occurred, they all make sense. If you plug in that she was assaulted that afternoon before all of this happened, before everything I just read to you, none of it makes sense. Why would a person who is just strangled go down to the kitchen, chat on the phone, and not have a single mark on their face or look even remotely bothered? Why would that same person cook dinner for the man who just did it? Why would that same person knock on his bedroom door and deliver 2 birthday presents? Why would she act the way she did for the next week? And then why lie about it repeatedly to the police? And what ended up happening next, just chronologically, gives away the game on that. Because what you heard is that only a couple weeks later, her mediator made a demand for money. And if you plug that fact in, now it all makes perfect sense. We have provided evidence to you. We have presented evidence. We have called witnesses. As I said, we're doing so in order to give you the fullest picture of December 2nd and of what happened or did not happen. And think about that for one moment. How do you prove a negative? It's basically impossible, right? Pick a day 2 months ago, account for every action that you did on that day, every moment of your day. Great, now prove it. Can't be done. And this trap, the framers of our system, they were aware of it. And that's why it works the way that it does. The burden is on the Commonwealth to prove their case. And their case, as you have seen, is the internally inconsistent testimony of one witness. And that is their entire case. And that is not enough to meet their burden. The burden that you are going to hear is reasonable doubt. And the judge is going to tell you that that's to a moral certainty. How much would you bet on the words of Jamila Adams? Would you bet your own life, someone else's? You have all of the tools in what I just laid out for you to make a credibility assessment. But it is not only that, because the other thing the judge is going to tell you is you can actually take into account the way the witness answered questions, behaved, their demeanor, how they looked. Did they sound consistent? Did the things they say actually at least stay true internally in their own story? And one example I'll give you on that is this morning, when Ms. Adams was asked about another monetary demand. She didn't answer the question. She couldn't. She wouldn't. She gave you multiple excuses. She tried to say attorney-client privilege, and when there was no response to that, she said, I can't answer that correctly. Take the way she answered questions into account, but line it up against the facts that you know that you have, because that's how you got to make a decision, on facts, on evidence. In terms of the evidence that the Commonwealth has actually presented to you, what they have presented to you are the claims of one person. Their second witness undermined their first. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason they had absolutely nothing to corroborate this allegation, which one thing I will say about the assault and battery, she described Mr. Diggs slapping her on the right side of her face with his right hand. And she actually demonstrated it for you. But the problem is that's a physical impossibility. And the reason I would suggest to you that that demonstration didn't go quite well is because sometimes people miss their mark. Sometimes actors forget the script. What you do not have before you is anything that you can base a firm decision on, unless that decision is that the Commonwealth has not proved its case. The Commonwealth has an opportunity to speak to you after I do. And you heard the Commonwealth question some witnesses about working for Mr. Diggs. There's a number of people who were called as witnesses. We tried to be as quick as possible. It's not terribly exciting to hear a witness talk about how they heard and saw nothing. But for a moment, stop and think and ask yourself, if you were accused of having something happen at your house on some random day 3 weeks ago, who would be there with you? The people closest to you. It'd be your family, the people who are in your house all the time. And for Mr. Diggs, we talked about that. That's staff. That's Miss Salas. That's all the people that you heard from. One thing that I want to talk about is a reason for bias. Because When Mr. Virtue asked, I think the first witness she was Miss Salas. Mr. Diggs paid her salary, isn't that right? The one witness who has the most significant financial interest in this is Jamila Adams. You heard her talk a lot about money yesterday, and that was the Commonwealth's only witness to even touch on what they claim this assault was. That's their evidence. They cannot, and they have not, proved this case because no assault occurred on December 2nd, or as I said, any other day. And it's your obligation to hold them to that burden and to decide the case on the evidence that you have in front of you. And that evidence provides one answer alone. And I would suggest to you that is that Miss Adams made this accusation as a means of trying to leverage and humiliate and to punish Stefon Diggs. And you heard that he has been living with this case and these accusations since December of 2025. And it is time to end. The evidence that you have heard that has been put before you is not enough for the Commonwealth to sustain their burden. It is your obligation to return a true and a just verdict. And the evidence that you have heard requires that you go back into that room and that you lift this burden off Mr. Diggs' shoulders and that you tell him and the world that Stefon Diggs is not guilty of this incident that never occurred. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Feels like it's been a little while since last time I talked to you guys directly. So, was Miss Adams a perfect witness? No. She was argumentative, avoided, difficult. But does that mean you should throw away everything she says? She said, no. I think it'd be easy for you guys to do that, but that's not your job. You guys are the jury. It's your job, your sacred duty, to comb over every bit of evidence you heard, to consider it, to give it the attention it deserves, the attention, the scrutiny, the weight it deserves. You don't have to like Miss Adams. You don't have to like the way she testified today and yesterday, but you do have to give her and her testimony the attention it deserves. You heard from her about what happened in that room on December 2nd. She said he entered the room, slapped her, put her in a headlock, said some things to her. I suggest if you remember how she was testifying, I think the way she was testifying to that lends some to her credibility. She was taking her time. She was looking. She was trying to remember things. As the defense counsel predicted, one of the things I'm going to say is that Miss Adams was the only witness you heard from about what happened in that room. You have defense's witnesses who said what happened afterwards, but if you remember Miss Adams' testimony, she said that was after she had an opportunity to kind of put herself together. She said she cried, she changed her clothing, she kind of started packing. The question you may be having is, why would she act that way? Why was she going out and smiling? Well, I'd suggest to you that all the people she was around are people that have known Mr. Diggs much longer than they've known her. I suggest you even consider the relationship she had with Mr. Diggs. He was sometimes lover, a boss, landlord. He was a athlete, a celebrity, financially powerful, surrounded by people that were all on his payroll that liked him. That when you put that all in consideration, her behavior does make sense in that it was her way of continuing on past that. And she told you that they had a complicated relationship. She said they argued all the time. So that might also make sense as to why she texted them afterwards saying, hey, trying to make amends or trying to figure things out, why she gave the birthday present afterwards. In this case, you heard 4 kind of things, right? You heard things that weren't evidence. The openings, these closings, questions, things that were stricken, those are things that aren't evidence. They can kind of give you some context, but those aren't the evidence in and of themselves. You heard the actual evidence. That was the testimony from the witnesses, the videos, photos, and you'll be able to see also all those text messages. The third thing you're going to hear, so things that aren't evidence, things that are evidence, in the law. The judge gave you some preliminary law at the start of the case. She's going to now, once closings are done, instruct you on the full law. I ask that you give her the same attention that you've given to all the evidence, and you've given the same attention to both attorneys during the closing. You give the judge that attention when she reads the law. And there's a fourth thing that you're going to need to pay attention and listen to and consider, and that's each other. When you guys are done here, once I finish, once the judge reads the law to you guys, it'll be your job to go into that room and deliberate on this case. When you go in that room, it's up to you guys how you want to run it. There's no manual, there's no guide, there's no schedule of how you guys are going to come to your decision and reach your verdict. And no one is going to make sure you're doing it one way. What I would suggest you guys do, and you guys can do whatever you want, this is just my suggestion to you. What I suggest you guys do is you don't go in there and just say, all right, let's take a poll right off the bat. I suggest you guys take the time, go over all the evidence, go over each witness, talk about each witness, try and do it both ways, back and forth, for every witness, not just the Commonwealth's defense as well. Go over every bit of evidence. Really take the time that this case deserves. And also listen to each other. I'd suggest as much as you can, make sure if there's someone that's that's not saying anything, make sure you get to hear from them as well. As I said at the start of this case, that every bit of evidence is important, and that's true. I'd hope that if you guys fairly treat every bit of evidence the attention it deserves, give the analysis, the scrutiny for all the witnesses, all the evidence, and talk amongst yourselves, that you guys will come to the correct verdict. And I would suggest that that verdict is the verdict of guilty on all counts. Thank you very much.
Very briefly.
Sure.
All right, jurors, you are about to begin your final duty, which is to decide the fact issues in this case. Before you do that, I will instruct you on the law. It was obvious to me throughout this trial that you faithfully discharged your duty to listen carefully to all the evidence and observe each of the witnesses. I now ask you to give me that same close attention as I instruct you on the law. My function as the judge in this case has been to see that this trial was conducted fairly, orderly, and efficiently. It was also my responsibility to rule on what you may consider as evidence and to instruct you on the law which applies in this case. It is your duty as jurors to accept the law as I stated to you. You should consider all my instructions as a whole. You may not ignore any instruction or give special attention to any one instruction. You must follow the law as I give it to you, whether you agree with it or not. It was the duty of the attorneys in this case to object when the other side offered evidence which that lawyer believed was not admissible under our rules of evidence. They also had an obligation to ask to speak to me, with me at the judge's bench at sidebar about questions of law which the law requires me to rule on out of your hearing. The purpose of such objections and rulings is not to keep relevant information from you, just the opposite. It's to make sure that what you hear is relevant to this case and that the evidence is presented in a way that gives you a fair opportunity to evaluate its worth. You should not draw any inference, favorable or unfavorable, to any attorney for objecting to proposed evidence or asking me to make such rulings. That is the function and the responsibility of the attorneys here. Now, your function as the jury is to determine the facts of this case. You alone determine what evidence you believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions to draw from that evidence. In making these determinations, you are to use your common sense, life experience, and good judgment. You are to decide what the facts are solely from the evidence admitted in this case. In evaluating the evidence and determining the facts, keep in mind that we all tend to perceive information and form opinions based on our own personal experience and background. This tendency may cause us to hold bias, of which we may or may not be conscious. And as I previously instructed you, you must not allow bias, whether held consciously or subconsciously, to interfere with your ability to fairly evaluate the evidence, apply the law as I instruct you, or render a fair and impartial verdict based on the evidence before you. The evidence consists of the testimony of witnesses as you recall it. Any documents or other things that were received into evidence as exhibits may also be considered. Of course, the quality or strength of the proof is not determined by the sheer volume of evidence or the number of witnesses. It's the weight of the evidence that is important. Some things that occurred during a trial are not evidence, and you may not consider them as evidence in deciding the facts of the case. The complaint itself is not evidence. A question put to a witness is never evidence. Only the answers are evidence. Also, you may not consider any answer that I struck from the record and told you to disregard. Do not consider such answers. Anything that you may have seen or heard when the court was not in session is not evidence. The opening statements and the closing arguments of the lawyers are not evidence. They are only intended to assist you in understanding the evidence and the contentions of the parties. If your memory of the testimony differs from the attorney's, you are to follow your own recollection. You should not consider anything I have said or done during the trial as any indication of my opinion as to what your verdicts should be. In evaluating a witness's testimony, you have to decide what testimony to believe and how much weight to give that testimony. You should give the testimony of a witness whatever degree of belief and importance that you judge it is fairly entitled to receive. You are the sole judges of the credibility of a witness. You may believe everything a witness says, part of it, or none of it. If there are any conflicts, discrepancies, or inconsistencies in the testimony, you should examine them carefully. You may consider whether a witness was candid or guarded, responsive or evasive, and whether the testimony is reasonable or unreasonable, probable or improbable. You may take into account how good an opportunity a witness had to observe the facts about which the witness testifies and whether the testimony seems accurate. You may also consider evidence, if any, about a witness's motive for testifying, whether a witness displays any bias in testifying, and whether or not a witness has any interest in the outcome of the case. In deciding whether to believe a witness and how much importance to give a witness's testimony, you must look at all the evidence, drawing on your own common sense, life experience, and good judgment. Consider the evidence as a whole. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you have gone to the jury room to decide the case and you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Keep an open mind until then. Once you have determined the facts, apply the law as I explain it to you to the facts in order to decide the verdicts. Now, there are two types of evidence which you may use to determine the facts of the case: direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. You have direct evidence where a witness testifies directly about the fact that is to be proved based on what he claims to have seen or heard or felt with their own senses. And the only question is whether you believe the witness. You have circumstantial evidence where the witness cannot testify directly about the fact that is to be proved, but you are presented with evidence of other facts, and you are then asked to draw reasonable inferences from them about the fact which is to be proved. Let me give you an example. Your daughter might tell you one morning she sees the mail carrier mailbox. That's direct evidence that the mail carrier has been to your mailbox. On the other hand, she might tell you only that she sees mail in the mailbox. That's circumstantial evidence that the mail carrier has been there. No one's seen the mail carrier, but you can reasonably infer that the mail carrier has been there since there is mail in the box. The law allows either type of proof in a criminal trial. There are two things to keep in mind about circumstantial evidence. The first one is that you may draw inferences and conclusions only from facts that have been proved to you. The second rule is that any inference or conclusion which you draw must be reasonable and natural based on your common sense and experience of life. If the Commonwealth's case is based solely on circumstantial evidence, you may find the defendant guilty only if those circumstances are conclusive enough to leave you with a moral certainty, a clear and settled belief that the defendant is guilty, and that there is no other reasonable explanation of the facts as proven. The evidence must not only be consistent with the defendant's guilt, it must be inconsistent with his innocence. Whether the evidence is direct or circumstantial, the Commonwealth must prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt from all the evidence in the case. Now, when you consider whether to believe a witness or how much weight to give their testimony, you may consider whether that witness said or wrote something earlier that differs in any significant way from their present testimony in the courtroom. It is for you to say whether there is a difference and how significant any difference is. Please note that you may not use the witness's earlier statement as proof that something said in it is true. So, for example, if a witness testified here that she found a donut but had earlier written that they found a bagel, that earlier statement would not prove they found a bagel, but it might raise doubt as to whether they were accurate or truthful when they testified that they had found a donut. So the earlier statement is brought to your attention for the sole purpose of discrediting or casting doubt on the accuracy of the witness's present testimony here at the trial. It's for you to decide whether it does so. Normally, you may not consider any statement that a witness made in the past which is similar to that witness's testimony at trial. The rule rests in part on our common experience that saying something repeatedly doesn't necessarily make it any more or less true. But we make an exception if to that rule where there has been a suggestion that a witness may have recently contrived their testimony. In determining how reliable a witness is who has been accused of recently inventing their testimony, you may consider any earlier statements that the witness made, which are consistent with their present testimony. It's for you to say how important the consistency is depending on depending on when any earlier statement was made and any other circumstances that you consider significant. The earlier statement is not itself evidence of any fact that is mentioned in it. To repeat, if there has been a suggestion that a witness recently contrived their testimony at trial, when you evaluate that claim, you may also take into account any earlier statement the witness made, which is consistent with their present testimony. The prior statement is relevant only as to the witness's credibility, and you may not take it as proof of any fact contained in it. At this trial, you may have noticed that the defendant did not testify. The defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof, in this case, is on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. It is not up to the defendant to prove that he is innocent. The fact that the defendant did not testify has nothing to do with the question of whether he is guilty or not guilty. You are not to draw any adverse inference against the defendant because he did not testify. You are not to consider it in any way or even discuss it in your deliberations. You must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. As I have told you, the complaint against the defendant is only an accusation. It is not evidence. The defendant has denied that he is guilty of the crimes charged in the complaint. The law presumes the defendant to be innocent of the charges against him. The presumption of innocence is a rule of law that compels you to find the defendant not guilty unless and until the Commonwealth produces evidence from whatever source that proves that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts. The defendant is not required to call any witnesses or produce any evidence since he is presumed to be innocent. The presumption of innocence stays with the defendant unless and until the evidence convinces you unanimously as a jury that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It requires you to find the defendant not guilty unless his guilt has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Your verdict, whether it is guilty or not guilty, must be unanimous. Now, as I've said, the burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charges made against him. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. For everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your mind an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until they are proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability even a strong probability that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is charged with having committed an assault and battery upon Mila Adams. In order to prove the defendant guilty of committing an intentional assault and battery, the Commonwealth must prove three things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant touched the person of Mila Adams. Second, that the defendant intended to touch Mila Adams. And third, that the touching was either likely to cause bodily harm to Mila Adams or was offensive. To prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove the defendant touched Mila Adams. A touching is any physical contact, however slight. A touching may be direct, as when a person strikes another, or it may be indirect, as when a person sets in motion some force or instrumentality that strikes another. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove that the defendant intended to touch Mila Adams, in the sense that the defendant consciously and deliberately intended the touching to occur, and that the touching was not merely accidental or negligent. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant specifically intended to cause injury to Mila Adams. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove that the touching was either likely to cause bodily harm to Mila Adams or was offensive. A touching is offensive when it is without consent. If the Commonwealth has proven all three elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. The defendant is charged with strangulation. To prove the defendant guilty of this offense, the Commonwealth must prove three things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant intentionally applied pressure on the throat or neck of Mila Adams. Second, that the pressure was substantial. And third, that the pressure interfered with the normal breathing or circulation of blood of Mila Adams. To prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intentionally applied pressure on the throat or neck of Mila Adams. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant consciously and deliberately intended the touching to occur, and that it was not merely accidental or negligent. You may examine any evidence regarding the defendant's actions or words and all the surrounding circumstances to determine whether the defendant intended to apply pressure to the throat or neck of Mila Adams. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the pressure was substantial. You may consider evidence, if any, about how, where, when, and for what duration the pressure was applied, as well as any evidence of its effect or impact on Mila Adams. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the pressure that was applied interfered with the normal breathing or circulation of blood of Mila Adams. If the Commonwealth has proven all three elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. Counsel, I'll see you at sidebar.
Okay, I'm talking low. You might want to put your sound down because the sound in the courtroom was low. So when I come on live, it sounds high. So I know people have had to put their volume up for that reason. So anyway, but yeah, I didn't do anything. My mic isn't any different today than it is any other day. It's just that the courtroom audio is low. Anyway, so just adjust accordingly, okay? Um they're getting ready to let them go deliberate. What time is it? It's 3:15. You guys, there's no reason why there should not be a verdict in like the next hour. I'm just going to say. I don't think there's any reason why they shouldn't be back in 30 minutes, but I'm not going to do all that, but I don't see why the verdict shouldn't be back. They didn't prove their case. It was bad. I mean, there's plenty of cases where it's someone's word against someone else's, right? It just when you match up word against another person's word, I don't even think Stefon, based on the veracity of this lady's testimony, because this man has look, he's got his own agenda, he's got his career and reputation to protect. It it may have been on the option list for him to testify if he needed to, but he didn't need to because ma'am basically handed this win over on a silver platter. Like I said, we don't know if you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to just keep it like this. I have my opinion about what I think happened based on the temperament and these two people, but baby, the prosecution did not prove their case, which is unfortunate. All right, let's see.
Panel a jury at the beginning of a trial. We never know whether some personal emergency will arise.
She's still giving the jury an instruction.
During the course of the trial, which will require one of our jurors to be excused from further jury duty. So, in order to avoid having to start the trial over again, should that occur, we impanel 7 jurors, even though the case will only be decided by 6 of them. So the time has now come to reduce your number to that 6, and I am going to ask Mr. Clerk to draw one of your cards at random, and that juror will be designated as our alternate juror and will not take part in the deliberations unless necessary to provide a substitute for one of the other jurors. So if fate makes you the alternate juror, please don't take it personally. Your service up until this point, your willingness to serve is appreciated by all of the parties, and we will make sure that you are kept as comfortable as possible in an area isolated from the deliberating jurors.
That would be juror number 1 and seat number 1.
All right. Stay right there. You will serve as our alternate, but as I say, we'll make sure you're kept comfortably in a different location. If you would be good enough, Mr. Clerk, to draw another card at random, this particular juror will be the foreperson of this juror.
That is juror number 25 in seat 4.
All right, so you will be the foreperson of our jury. All right. What that means, oh, Mr. Clerk, thank you, is you gave it to me right here. The juror has who is designated as the foreperson has the responsibility of recording the jury's verdict on the verdict slip. Once that has been recorded, you sign it, date it, and inform the court officer that the jury has reached a verdict, and you will be brought back into court. Now, if during your deliberations the jury has any question, the foreperson should write out the question on a piece of paper, sign it, date it, fold it up, let the court officer know. They will bring the question to me, and we'll proceed accordingly at that time. Now, you're not to make any use of cell phones or any other kind of personal wireless device during your deliberations. incoming, outgoing calls, or any other kind of electronic communications can disrupt the deliberative process, or even allow for the receipt of improper extraneous information. So they're not to conduct any outside research or investigation by means of the internet or otherwise about the law or facts of this case. If during your deliberations there is a request to view any of the evidence that is not physically with you, for instance, there are flash drives that contain certain of the videos that were displayed here in the courtroom. If the jury should like to see any of that, if that is just requested in any note form, we will bring you back in here and make sure that that is displayed for you as many times as you might like. All right, so just let the court know by mentioning that in a note. At this point, I am going to ask Mr. Clerk to swear the court officers in, and they will escort you to your deliberation.
Do you swear that you will keep this jury in some convenient place until they are agreed, that you will not suffer any person to speak to them, nor will you speak to them yourself, except by order of the court or to ask if they are agreed, and that you will not permit them to depart until they've agreed upon a verdict, except by order of the court, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Here's the verdict slip. And can I have that sheet of paper? Thank you.
All rise. Jurors can step.
Okay. Guys, put your sound down. I don't want to blow anybody's ears out. This was interesting. I love a nice, short, little mini
Counsel, I'll see you over here.
trial. Love it. Are we going to be able to hear or? Cece's not picking up. I know someone asked, I saw a question. Someone asked, what was the jury makeup? I almost feel like, I'm going to be honest with you, it doesn't make a difference. And I'm going to tell you, you want to know why I feel like it doesn't make a difference on today? Because Stefon Diggs was a New England Patriot. He's not anymore. I think they're not, I didn't think they fired him, but they didn't renew his contract. And he was a New England Patriot. He's in the local area. People love their team. He's a rich man with lots of money. The only thing that I think made Stefon look, the charges are not amazing charges for a man. Though they're awful. They're the worst, they're up there with the bad charge. Men don't ever want to be accused of putting their hands on a woman. Okay. Period. But so the charges don't look good on him. But secondly, the text messages were aggressive. He was talking foul out of his mouth. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's how they talk to each other. That was what it was. But at the end of the day, I don't think it makes a difference what the jury makeup is. This guy is a rich guy. He's playing for the local team. I don't think people really, I'm going to just go on a limb and say, I don't think they care. They really don't. I'm not saying that he transcends race at that moment, but there are some factors that are at play, and they are going to put him in a higher esteem than maybe the average guy walking down the street. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I knew that. I know he wasn't back. I think he's a free agent right now. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think he's going to get the same look. If there were, I'm going to go out on a limb. If this was some sort of working Joe, some sort of unemployed, whatever you think about, if you think, let's say you think Stefon is a rich Dusty. If it was a Poe Dusty and there was a different makeup of the female, he might be up under the jail tonight. Okay. He might not have even been out on bond, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the chef who is giving some problematic testimony and somebody who is a main, he was a player on the local favorite team, even though he's not with the team anymore. I don't think that that's the reason why they're going to, find him guilty, not guilty. I just think that, girl, I don't think that my main reason why, if it comes back with a not guilty, and why I think it's going to be not guilty is because the prosecution did not prove their case. They didn't prove the case at all. They just didn't. If anyone feels like they proved the case, then drop it in the comments, or if you want to come up, I will drop the link. But baby, I don't feel like the prosecution proved the case at all. It was a very weak case. And unfortunately, in the battle of her word against his, she did not press upon enough believably that something actually happened to her, and she made it more questionable than not. And he didn't even have to speak. So it's, I've never seen the 4-person chosen this way before, but 6-man jury. Yeah. I feel like I've seen it before, but it's, sometimes they pick their own. I feel like in South Carolina they do that. Go back to Alec Murdoch, I feel like the judge picked the 4-person. And it was random though. It was out of a hat. They just picked it. They didn't just you know what I mean? I don't think they just picked someone based on a visual. I think they did like a random drawing. I feel like I remember that, but I don't know. I don't think it's super duper common. I think typically we see that they go back and they figure it out on their own. Yeah, they did not prove they just didn't, there was no evidence, and their witness was not, she didn't give a compelling story. She just didn't. It was really hard to follow her. Yeah. If she would have came through, I'm just playing out all the sides here, not even both sides. I'm playing out everything I can think of. If she would have came out here on some Karen, okay? If she would have came out here on some Karen, you never know. And I don't just mean white Karen. I mean just Karen, period. Karen, African American Karen. Or, if she would have came out here with a more compelling story about what happened, I think, and not been so argumentative or so combative, it would have just done something different. But it's going to be not guilty, and it's going to be not guilty like in the next 45 minutes. Then people want to go home before traffic. Traffic is starting soon. It's 3:15. Okay. They didn't talk about my reputation has been damaged. I haven't been able to get a job with another high profile client. They didn't talk about anything. She didn't, not that this is an injury situation, so this is not a lawsuit, but she didn't, okay, as a result of him yoking you up, like, did you have shoulder problems? Were you having neck problems? Are you still in pain? Are you having nightmares? What did this do? Have you been able to get another job? What's happened to you since what happened? Have you been to counseling? Did you have to, did this, anything? They didn't, and I blame the prosecutor. He didn't ask. Yes, they're in Massachusetts. They're in like a suburb of Boston. They're like in the Boston area, but not Boston. They're in Dedham. So Just answer the question, anime. You know what I'm saying? Like, girl. When she said they'd been having sex, that told me everything I needed to know about why he entered her room like that. Cause he knew he could. I bet you if that lady, Miss Alex, what was her name? Miss Alessandrio. I bet you if that massage therapist had been staying over at the house, he wouldn't have been walking up in her room with the foolishness and shenanigans like that. I guarantee he wasn't gonna be doing that to the massage therapy lady. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he would have done that to the nurse, the lady who gave the IV treatments. Even Miss Shy. Another thing that the defense did was the dialogue with these other providers. Hey, did you have conversation with sir? And they all maintained a professional boundary with sir. Miss Ma'am, they had a sexual relationship. How much more personal can you get? And to parallel that, you have a massage therapist that is engaging with this man in his bedroom, probably just in his boxers or some shorts. That's very personal, but it was professional every time. That's what she does for a living. And it's so there were even opportunities where there's jobs that are more personal, more intimate, but these people still all manage to keep a professional decorum with this person. I just, like I said, we've heard the stories about Stefon Diggs, and girl, I believe a lot of them. Unfortunately, this particular story was short on details, and it's, I don't think it's going to hang in this lady's favor. If they give him a guilty, I'm going to be shocked. And it might be on some, they can't stand him because the Patriots lost the Super Bowl. Don't get me started on that conspiracy. If they come back guilty, it might be because they mad because they lost the Super Bowl. Stranger things have happened, so I'm just saying. Okay? Cuz I don't see it, but maybe they see something we don't see, and I would love to know. I'm really hoping that she could at least communicate her position. Girl, she came in this morning with the shits just like she left. And I wanted to have her back so bad. I feel like I still do. It's like, but ma'am, you made it hard. You made it hard on you shot yourself in the foot. Did anyone fact check her degree? Not saying that you guys needed to, but I'm just like, y'all. She got up there talking about she has a degree in clinical psychology. I beg to differ. Where? From where? How? Look, I don't want to seem hard on ma'am, but it was the lack of emotional intelligence. It was bordering, even Latasha Daniels, the lady who was messing with the pastor and thought it was a good idea to go to the pawn shop and buy a gun and drive to Memphis and do all of the things. And now she's going to be in jail for quite some time after killing him and shooting his actual wife. Baby, a mess. Oh, honorary degree? Okay. Yeah, because I don't see it. Not that every person who graduates with a degree in something very specific is a master, but I don't see someone who has put in extensive study in it. I'm not even hearing someone who has put in extensive study in that particular discipline. I could not even hear any self-awareness articulated, and she was so difficult. I don't know. I would have expected more. I don't see where any of that would have. I don't see any practical application of any of that discipline in her speech or anything. very much lack of awareness. How many times did the judge have to talk to her, guys? Would it be fair to say that the judge talked to her at least 10 times, along with an admonition that if she kept with the shits, that they were going to throw out her testimony? Like, ma'am, they're getting ready to you about to lose your case. Okay? It's giving Paige Shiver. Okay? Is that her name? The lady who was disgruntled with Sharon at work? She set him, you know what I'm saying? Like, he set himself up for the okey doke. Let's be clear. Sharon was very inappropriate at work. He was doing things he wasn't supposed to be doing. The man was absolutely married. He was a fool. He was at work. He was married. He was dead wrong. Ma'am let him be slow and stupid, and he dug himself a hole and he fell right in it. But at the end of the day, she wasn't counting on it hitting Judge Simpson's docket. And he smelled a rat based on the evidence provided that Sir had fallen for the okey doke. And because of that, he's on probation for like the next 12 to 18 months, as he should be, because Sir was stupid for having an affair at his good job behind his wife's back very publicly. So that's his own fault. But at the end of the day, luckily, the judge, girl who asked a lot of questions, asked them questions, and I just, so that's it. That's all. The heartbreak case lady had multiple degrees. And girl, she had multiple. Didn't she had her PhD? She wasn't even just a she had multiple masters. I think she had 2 masters and a PhD. Well, she was actually Dr. Daniels. And was over there. And girl, 2 books. Y'all, it's okay. You guys, did everybody listen to the Jarvis Butts jail calls? Y'all, we've been live. I've been live all day, y'all. I'm gonna have to take a real break. But did everybody listen to the calls? Let me remind you of something funny. In call number 5, when he's talking to the lady, when he's talking to I have an idea which one he was talking to. I feel like he was talking to the one who had the car where they found Nazia's glasses in the back seat. Because Tashiana is the one who had the truck, and then the other lady had that small car that he hit the bumper in the front. He hit the front bumper, and they found Nazia's glasses in the back seat, right? When okay, my bad. Call number 4, when he was talking to Kizzy and he asked Kizzy to get him some books. That's my bad. I was thinking of call 5, but it was actually call 3 when he was talking to Kizzy. I think it was Kizzy, and he asked her for some books, and she was like, "What kind of books do you like?" And he said he liked BMF books. I'm like, "Okay, all right, BMF books." So he wants to read about like gangsters and drug dealers, but girl, he was throwing out some stuff, and then he said ghetto novels. How did he say it? He said he likes ghetto novels. Hold on. I hollered. I listened to that call like 3 times. It wasn't until I was listening to it after I dropped Farrah off at school this morning, and I was on my way back, and he said he likes ghetto novels and hood stories. He said he likes ghetto novels and hood stories. I was like, "Sir, you are a whole ghetto novel and hood story. Like, why don't you sit down, write your story?" because that's the best story that there is. I mean, even though it's too late now because Sir is dead. But baby, he said, "Can you find me ghetto novels and hood stories?" I was done. I was done. Oh yeah, it's you got to listen to it like two. I listened to that one like 3 times. I listened to it when it first dropped, and then I listened to both of them again, and then I listened this morning because we do this thing, we do the reaction videos. So I have, I like to be prepared a little bit. Sometimes, most of the time, whenever we listen to calls and we do a reaction, I don't necessarily love doing a cold reaction because I feel like we end up listening to more of the call than talking about it. So that's why I encourage you guys go over, make sure to give sis a watch over there at BTW Anna B, behind the wall with Anna B, and go check out the video, do some homework so that when we talk about it, we can just talk about it. Nobody has to really like all the way listen. Because you will have already listened, 1 to 2 times already on her channel, and we can just have a chitty chat about it, right? But yeah, I think it's call number 3 when he's talking to the girl who was pissed that they came to her house, or that they were no, not came to her house, that the detective had called her on the phone. Bitch, why did that bitch call me? My kids are here. The fuck that bitch calling? I mean, she was just going off, okay? The other set of calls was the woman who said that they said you hid your phone in my car. We know that was Tashiana Daniels, who testified. And then the other lady who let Jarvis use her car that night, and that later she found Nazia's glasses. Her child picked up some clear glasses in the back seat, and those are Nazia's clear glasses. Those were her eyeglasses that were located in the back of her car. Plus, he damaged the car some type of way. He borrowed the car from her that night and brought it back later than he had expected. And that was who I kind of like, oh, it's those two. Call 2, well, they're all the way up to 5. They're all the way up to, so not necessarily call 2, but video 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then there's multiple calls per video. So let me just be more specific. I'm talking about video number 4 yesterday, part 4, and about him wanting ghetto novels and hood stories from the Amazon store. So anyway, okay, you guys, maybe y'all, I'm like, shoot, should we keep this up? I feel like they're going to be back soon. Oh, the second video. Gotcha. Okay, it's definitely get caught up. Get caught up. We've already reacted to the first 3. So we're on video 4 coming up soon. Yeah, I think it's 4:00. What is there to talk about? Even if they didn't like the way Stefon talked to her, that he was talking real reckless and not matching up the beautiful suit that he had on yesterday and today, that he wasn't giving Rolex and $5,000 suit and $1,000 shoes and all of the things. It's okay. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean that he assaulted her. And also, he doesn't have to prove he didn't assault her. The prosecutors have to prove that he did, and the prosecutors just didn't prove their case. Okay, well, maybe we'll just do it tomorrow. Oh, well, yeah. Well, we got something special tomorrow night. Mm. They probably had a verdict in 3 minutes. Girl, they're back there just like, okay, does anyone need to go to the bathroom? I mean, this is not a life and death case. I mean, again, it's serious because a woman being assaulted is always very serious, but this is not like a death penalty case. This is I mean, this is a felony. He's up for like one felony, two misdemeanors. So it is serious. I just don't think the prosecution proved their case. If you have not hit the thumbs up, what you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Okay, thank you to everybody who subscribed. Okay. Very much noted. Thank you for if you are a new subscriber here. Thank you. We appreciate that very much. Okay. Thank you for subscribing. Make sure you set your notifications to all so you can always be notified every time I go live, post a video, and do all of the things. Very much appreciated. I hope you enjoyed today's stream of this trial. I think I was saying this before, I love a nice, short little trial that packs a punch in a short period of time. Baby, my attention span, y'all, if it's going to be over 2 weeks, I'm done. A week is very nice. These couple 2-day trials are amazing. When it gets into 2 and 3 weeks, oh my god, it's like, is this over already? She was the worst witness I've seen since ASAP Rocky. Girl, was that not terrible? Let's think of some terrible witnesses. She's about, girl, what about Sheila Agee? Y'all, there was a lady on trial for her life, literally. She was dumb. She was out there like in Pensacola area, Florida, and they were real. That was another ghetto novel in the making. Okay, this lady, her son was out here doing the most, and he decided he wanted to take out his very young, very sadly, very young baby mom. So his mom told her to told him to go, just go ahead and do it, but don't, make sure you don't shoot me. And she worked with Miss Ma'am at the Lowe's, and he told her son what aisle she was working in at the time when he came in, when people were shopping, trying to buy wood and caulk and paint and mind their business at Lowe's. She told that stupid boy, her son, to come in there and go find his actual baby mom, what aisle, where to go. He popped her and ran out the store, and she was talking about she didn't have nothing to do with it and all of the things. She decided that she was going to testify to try to explain to the people why it was not her fault, because they charged her with a principal to a felony. And in Florida carries just as much weight as if you would have pulled the trigger or did the deed yourself. And baby, that was a complete mess. Oh my, that was one of the worst. Her testimony was just as bad as, remember that guy, Bob? Remember Bob in Las Vegas, the guy who was the elected official who was mad at the newspaper dude who was writing articles about him, Bob Tellis? And he dressed like a landscaper. He put on like one of those big landscaper straw hats and tried to walk back. He parked his car, his very distinct SUV, around the corner and thought that the license plate readers and video cameras weren't going to pick him up. Walked over to the newspaper man's house trying to look like he's a landscaper and popped the man in the backyard, left him for dead, and then thought that he was going to get up on the stand because he actually is a trained lawyer and thought he was going to Jedi mind trick the jury. And baby, he is doing life in a Nevada prison. Sheila Agee is doing life in a damn Florida prison. And then let's also not forget the wonderful Sarah Boone. She was horrible too. She was real bad. And they gave her a plea deal for 15 years. She'd already spent 7 years in jail. She didn't take it. I think she thought she was going to be able to talk to the jury too. And baby, she got herself a whole life sentence. So, sometimes, yeah, it's smart to not testify if you really don't need to testify. And Stefon did not need to testify. Number one, again, for probably the fifth time, the prosecutor did not prove his case. But number two, sir, just at this point, you don't really have to say anything because it may have gone bad for him if he would have gotten on the stand. But I also don't think this prosecutor would have been able to get at Stefon to make him admit anything. I don't, this prosecutor, no offense to the prosecutor guy, he seemed like a nice guy. He was not effective. I don't see him being able to question Stefon, unless Stefon is just an absolute complete dummy and would have fallen for the okey doke and would have admitted to something that he didn't want to admit to. So it was best that he didn't have to. Sarah is the GOAT. She's the GOAT of bad testimony. Absolutely. She's the worst. I'm trying to think of anybody else. Let's see. Girl, somebody is over here commenting. Dr. Simone, I'm going to say, Dr. Simone, if you're listening, your comment yesterday on yesterday's testimony, she says, I can't answer that correctly. There are some really simple questions that could have provided simple answers that would have come off more credible. Okay. You have separate feeling bad with your assessment skills. Chef is not going to testify. Oh, Steph is not going to testify. Yeah, he did not testify. I think she was answering maybe some of our, she was probably answering my commentary while watching the video on repeat. Oh, yeah, she was because she put a 1 in the chat. That's cute. Yes. Someone commented yesterday on Jarvis Shannon video where Shannon was talking, these two idiots trying to figure out how to do a virtual visit annoyed the F out of me. Was the fact that Jarvis was so consumed with trying to get on a video visit to be able to explain to these women, like, just get on a visit. Go ahead and schedule something. Go ahead and can you go ahead and put it for 11 o'clock? You got to put some money on the phone so we could talk. Okay, yeah. That voice of his was ridiculous. Y'all, I feel like the minute I shut this live down, you know what, I'm not going to shut it down, but I'm going to let me put up a screensaver real quick and then I'm going to take 10 minutes. I want to let the dogs out. Does anybody want to hit the link and say anything? Is there anybody who would like to? Banfield. Oh, you know what? I didn't watch his testimony. The guy in Virginia. If you don't know who that is, y'all, there was a man who, y'all, he was so out of order. Him and his wife, he was an IRS dude, okay? He had a nice wife. Wasn't she a doctor? She was something. She was a working woman, okay? And they hired a lady from Brazil to come and au pair for the children. See, this is what you get when you pay people bad wages, though. Hello? They paid her bad wages, too. They paid her like a little bit of nothing and some room and board. And the husband was bedding her down. Okay. He was giving her sex. Okay. That's what she was getting. This chick decides she wants to fall in love with the man of the house because she's taking care of his daughter. And she falls for the okey doke when he tells her he wants her to help him kill his wife. But what they did was they catfished some dude on some fetish website, got that got that unsuspecting freak, and I'm saying freak in the nicest way, just a freaky man from the internet who should have stayed his behind at home and been leery of this situation. They lured this man to the house and basically set him up for the okey doke, and they killed both of them. Okay. The 911 and the body cam are all over the internet. It's the craziest thing. Anyway, long story short, this guy thought that he had planned the perfect murder. Meanwhile, everything was in the computer. So he decides to get on the stand and testify. And it was, I saw highlights of it. I didn't watch the full testimony, but it was, I already knew how it was going to turn out because Margulies couldn't be guilty if he's not guilty. She didn't come all the way from Brazil to kill that lady and that random man. He's the one who was catfishing. He's the one who set the whole damn thing up. So at the end of the day, it wouldn't make sense for her, even if he tried to put all the blame off on her, which I think he was trying to do. But at the end of the day, it just didn't make any sense. Girl, I don't want to talk about the FedEx driver and the 7-year-old baby. That is it was just awful. And they have dragged that out far too long. They already know they're going to give that man the death penalty. Can you send another notification when you go live? I'm about to sign out in a bit. I don't know if I'm going to go live again. I might just thug it out for another 15 minutes. Just come back, boo. I will do a verdict is in if I can remember. I'll do like a verdict. Do you follow me on Patreon? If you follow on Patreon, I'll put a verdict is in on Patreon. If it's not back in 15 minutes, I'm gonna shut it down. By 4:05, we're gonna shut it down. The FedEx, yeah, that was off. They sentenced him to death today. Good. Very good. He deserved that. I'm gonna be honest with you though. I'm gonna no lie. They really, I know they have to go through their process and I respect it, but they really didn't need to drag that out for 3 weeks. I don't even know how long it was. It was giving 3 weeks that they told about 100 different ways how that little girl got killed, and it was awful. It was awful. Girl, Lori Daybell. That was kind of an interesting story, I'm not going to lie. All of the many chapters, the Brandon Boudreaux, the wife, the children, the husband. It was so complex. I was kind of into it, I'm not going to lie. I was here for Lori Daybell. Lori Daybell, every trial was different. They all included Lori, but they all were a little bit different and they were all like an extension. It was like that was another ghetto novel, okay? How many people can Lori kill? And what chapter are we at now and why is she mad? Why did this person just die? That was actually if I didn't know better, I would be like, you got to be kidding. That cannot be real. But it is. Sadly, it is. And then the mayhem that ensued on the YouTube streets afterwards with the family and the Valos and all of the nonsense that has occurred, some stuff that spilled over into the true crime community. I'm not going to talk too much about it. If you know, you know. But yeah, that was crazy. I think the penalty phase is wrapping up now or has just wrapped up. I would not watch that at all. It was, I don't, yeah. If they just sentenced him to death, okay. They could have done that after they saw her on the video and heard the audio of how he did her. Only watched one of Lori's trials and a bunch of highlights, but she was a whole serial killer in her own family. Yep. Mm. All right, let's see. Oh, did I get my screensaver? Not that it matters, but how old do you think Miss Mila Adams is? I feel like some of you guys were saying she was in her 40s. I don't know. The thing that got me was when she said that her and Cardi B were planning outfits. I was like, you and Cardi B are planning outfits for what? Like you're besties with Cardi now? It was just weird. And then the way she confronted him talking about, so when were you going to tell me I'm not going to Art Basel? Who does that? Do you imagine going to your boss in corporate America and they just decided like there's some big business trip and you can't go? You're not qualified or something happened and you're not going, and maybe they had a meeting and the decision was made and your senior director made the decision that I'm just going to pick somebody. Jazzy Sunflowers is not going, but your manager came to tell you, but you're mad because the senior director didn't come tell you direct. Someone told you, but it wasn't good enough. Who told you? You needed to go confront the person who actually made the decision, and you walk up to them on some, so were you going to tell me? And it turns out you and the senior director get it on every now and again, somewhere like in the copy room or down in the parking deck. Ma'am, would you go sit down somewhere? Would you please go have a seat? Only somebody who's getting it on with the boss does that. I agree. Mila cross examination took, it was cringe. It was awful. Does Mila have any kids? They didn't touch on. I'm gonna say no. But it's, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know for sure because she never mentioned any. And she said she didn't have anywhere to go and she didn't have any money. If you have a week off, if you work for the rich people and you are stuck over at them folks' house and your boss, now you have a week off, wouldn't you go to be near your kids? Girl, the dogs are losing it. Amazon just came down the street. Wouldn't you go be with your, she never mentioned any children, and I'm going to just venture to say no, or if there are, she didn't want to talk about it. So I'm going to just say they were not a factor in this matter. So I'm going to leave it there because I don't, they didn't mention it. I am absolutely talking to my boss. Sleeping with him. Okay, girl, absolutely. Rich Auntie said, I am absolutely going to talk to my boss that way if I'm sleeping with him. Girl, yes. They think something's getting dropped off for them. She's making 8 grand monthly with free boarding. What happened to her money? She was spending it at Chanel buying him gifts. Girl, I'm not going to put the name to it, but why are you buying this rich man? $8,000 is really not a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? Especially you're a personal private chef. Um, and she's at their beck and call on some like Diddy stuff. You remember how the lady who was working for Diddy was, girl, they got you making 5-star meals for $2,000? Baby, no. She said she could make as much as 10,000. I would be over there. Maybe because she was sexually involved with this guy is why she got jaded as far as getting her worth. But having the luxury of having somebody at your beck and call to make whatever you want, I almost feel like that should cost a little bit more money, but I don't know. Mila didn't understand. She didn't understand the assignment. No. I think she thought, what did she, what's the phrase you guys say this all the time? I think she thought she was bigger than the program, right? I think it's not even that she didn't understand the assignment. She thought that she thought she was bigger than actually what was going on. I don't know if she thought that she was going to be sister wives with Cardi B. I don't know what she thought. But that man had so many women pregnant at the same time. What was she thinking? Getting up late because he got some hoes over to the house at 2 a.m. and then walking in his bedroom? Man, what? Stefan did good not talking, because if they would have asked him, okay, Stefan, tell me, how many of the women at the house were you actually sleeping with? Because once they open the door to the sexual relationship, that's why he wasn't getting on the stand. Any lawyers in the house, once they open the door about their sexual relationship or shenanigans in the house, it would have made him look bad. And it could have turned some things. If she could have found one disgruntled to come and back up her story, I don't know. Hold on, what time is it? Girl, they should be coming back about now. It's 5 to 4, y'all. We got 10 minutes. I feel like people want to get home. They got dinner to start. The kids are getting home from school soon. The big kids. See, you see what I'm saying? Is that the $5,000 well-tailored suit with the beautiful vest? I mean, he looked sharp as a tack yesterday and today. He was very well dressed, head to toe. He was sat there quiet. He did roll his eyes some, but he kept it cool for the most part. She's 41, or you just think she's 41? Let's see. Let's see what we can find out. Let's see what Gemini says. Let me not say how old. What is the age of Mila Adams? Private chef. I'm sure Gemini knows, but just to be sure. Stefon Diggs. Let's see. Based on the testimony from the assault trial taking place May 2006, Mila, the former private chef and accuser of NFL player Stefon Diggs, testified that she's known him for 4. Did you hear her say she knew him for 4.5 years, but she met him in 2022? She said she started working for him. He reached out to her on Instagram December of 22. December of 22 to this December would have been 3 years. Where did she get 4.5 years? I would like to know. Maybe I'm wrong, but she said December of 22. Age. While Adams has testified a denial in their complicated professional and personal relationship, her specific age has not been explicitly stated in the available 2026 court coverage. We don't know. Chef declines. This is in the New Haven Register. Let's see what they say. Let's see. A jury is deliberating in the assault trial of former New England Patriots wide receiver Stefon Diggs. Oh man, I can't read it. Do you see all these newspapers now? I mean, if you're there to read something juicy, girl, they make sure that you got to pay a subscription. And then they want to catch you with, it's just $1. It's $1 for the next 6 months. Hold on, let me see if I can capture it real quick. Okay. A jury is deliberating in the assault trial of the former New England's Patriot wide receiver Stefon Diggs after both sides wrapped up witness testimony on the second day of trial. The case centers on the December 2nd encounter at Diggs' home in Dedham, where Jamila Adams, a former live-in personal chef who is known as Mila. Every time I hear Mila, I think of who? Wade. I do. Mila. Remember Mila Spa? We went to Mila Spa, okay? Also known as Mila, testified he slapped and choked her during an argument. Diggs has pled not guilty to a felony strangulation charge and a misdemeanor assault and battery charge, and his attorney says the alleged assault never happened, okay? The case has also turned into questions about Adams' credibility and whether the dispute was about money or an alleged assault. Defense attorneys pointed to financial demands she made and testimony from friends and employees who said she did not appear injured in the days after the encounter, while prosecutors argued the case rests on her account of what happened inside the home. Defense attorney Andrew Kettlewell told jurors during closing arguments that prosecutors have not presented a single shred of credible evidence that an assault occurred. There was no assault, no strangulation, no incident at all on that day or any other, he said. Assistant District Attorney Drew Virtue urged jurors to weigh Adams' testimony carefully and not to disregard it because she was not the perfect witness. She was argumentative, avoidant, and difficult, but does not mean that you should throw away everything she said. No, he said, adding jurors should give her testimony the attention, the scrutiny, the weight it deserves. Adams declined to answer questions Tuesday about financial demands made on her behalf during the cross-examination as defense attorneys pressed over her claims she was owed money and inconsistencies in what she said was paid. Earlier in the trial, Adams became emotional on the stand while describing an alleged encounter with Diggs on which she said he entered her room following an argument over text. Adams, who said she lived in the NFL star's home and prepared all of his meals, testified that Diggs smacked me with an open hand before wrapping his arm around her neck and choking her, leaving her struggling to breathe. She described that she called a complicated relationship, saying it had previously been sexual but was not at the time of the alleged assault. Adams said she met Diggs in 2022 on Instagram and that the two became friends at times, friends with benefits, as one of the attorneys described it, before she was later hired to live in his home and prepare his meals during the football season. Defense attorney pressed Adams about money she said that she was owed after working as a live-in chef. She testified she was paid $2,000 a week and believed that she had not been fully compensated after being sent home. They pointed to a $19,000 demand and said that the amount increased over time, and the attorney later was asking for $5.5 million. When asked about the $5.5 million claim, Adams said, I can't speak on that. And at others points to jurors. I don't understand the question and I don't know how to answer that question. At one point, Adams and Diggs, let me just make sure we're okay. At one point, Adams said Diggs had offered her $100,000 to recant her statement to police, but the remark was struck from the record after the judge called the attorneys to sidebar. Are you fucking kidding me? He offered you $100,000 and you, baby, what? What would have I don't know what would have happened if she would have went and recanted, but so he allegedly offered you $100,000 to just kind of make you shut up and go away, and you turned it down? It was attorney-client privilege, she said. Yes, she said it was attorney-client privilege, but then she said she didn't know how to answer the question. And girl, she she was just a mess. At one point, she said it was client. Did she say it was client attorney privilege? And he said, "Well, how?" And she's like, "I don't know how to answer that question." But yeah, at times during the second day on the stand, Adams was instructed by the judge to answer questions directly and not include additional details beyond what was asked. Portions of the response were struck from the record as unresponsive, with the jurors told to disregard them. This is not an opportunity for you to interject your own narrative and evade answering questions. Judge Janine Carroll told her at one point, warning her continued unresponsive answers would result in her testimony being stricken. Y'all, you would think that they would be back by now. Woo! I see them moving around. Oh, I think something's happening, you guys. Hold on. I don't know. Look right here. You see on the clock? You see on the clock somebody moving around? Like you can see movement in the courtroom around the rim of the clock. You guys, look, I think we all felt the same thing. Yesterday when she got on the stand, I'm not gonna lie, her first few words, I was like, I'm not sure what's going on here. It was just, I was like, ma'am, didn't you just, what's going on here? One second, please. I'm gonna put y'all on hold for a minute. I'm just gonna say we've seen murder convictions come back in an hour. Are you guys looking at the clock? Can you guys see in the people moving around the courtroom and the reflection of the clock? I'm also going to say if you're in members, make sure to hit the member tab. We've been going live for every day for the past little over a week now. You know, there's tons of member lives anyway. There's over 300 exclusive member content in that file. But we started something new. Look, I think the verdict is back, y'all. Okay. So make sure to get into it. If you're in members or wondering what's members all about, get into it. There's lots of content in there that you won't see outside of members. So, okay. Oh, shenanigan. We already know what it's going to be. If it's anything
All
other,
rise.
I'm being shocked.
Courtroom comes back in session. You may be seated.
On the record, Your Honor.
All right, the jurors have a question. Basically, they are asking, what are the 3 criteria for assault and battery and the 3 for strangulation? So, Mr.
Ooh.
Clerk, you've marked this for identification. My intention would be
Ooh.
just to re-instruct them on the 2 offenses.
No objection for Commonwealth.
All right.
No objection, Your Honor.
A for identification.
All right, we're ready for the jurors.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Clerk, can I have the tissues? Somehow. Can't leave me out here.
Stefon, they want to know what constitutes strangulation. The cameraman said, "Is you are not catching me. We gonna point it at the ceiling." YouTube needs to get their together with the alerts. Yeah, it's bad. Yeah, they have a question. They want to know what are the 3 criteria for assault and
Jurors
First-
enter and all rise.
okay. Let's listen. Let's take a listen. Baby, they finding her. They might have been into it. Y'all, we forgot to factor some things in. They might believe her. Okay.
All right, jurors, I did receive your question, which reads, what are the 3 criteria for assault and battery and the 3 for strangulation? So let me begin with the assault and battery. The defendant is charged with having committed an assault and battery upon Mila Adams. In order to prove the defendant guilty of committing an intentional assault and battery, the Commonwealth must prove 3 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant touched the person of Mila Adams. Second, that the defendant intended to touch Mila Adams. And third, that the touching was either likely to cause bodily harm to Mila Adams or was offensive. To prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove the defendant touched Mila Adams. A touching is any physical contact, however slight. A touching may be direct, as when a person strikes another, or it may be indirect, as when a person sets in motion some force or instrumentality that strikes another. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove that the defendant intended to touch Mila Adams in the sense that the defendant consciously and deliberately intended the touching to occur and that the touching was not merely accidental or negligent. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant specifically intended to cause injury to Mila Adams. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove that the touching was either likely to cause bodily harm to Mila Adams or was offensive. A touching is offensive when it is without consent. The defendant is charged with strangulation, and to prove the defendant guilty of this offense, the Commonwealth must prove three things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant intentionally applied pressure on the throat or neck of Mila Adams. Second, that the pressure was substantial. And third, that the pressure interfered with the normal breathing or circulation of blood of Mila Adams. To prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intentionally applied pressure on the throat or neck of Mila Adams. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant consciously and deliberately intended the touching to occur and that it was not merely accidental or negligent. You may examine any evidence regarding the defendant's actions or words and all the surrounding circumstances to determine whether the defendant intended to apply pressure to the throat of or neck of Mila Adams. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the pressure was substantial. You may consider evidence, if any, about how, where, when, and for what duration the pressure was applied, as well as any evidence of its effect or impact on Mila Adams. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the pressure that was applied interfered with the normal breathing or circulation of blood of Mila Adams. If the Commonwealth has proven all three elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. With that, I will send you back to your deliberations.
All rise, jurors can step down.
I wonder, are they actually thinking that he did come for her? Now, did the prosecution prove all of that? I don't think so, but you know. But they're asking, so that's good. They're asking the questions, and very good. I saw a roundtable discussion with attorneys and said that the jury was 6 women, varying ages, 1 Black, 1 Latina, 1 elderly man. Oh, okay. Well, this was not proven not guilty, closed case, which is too bad because I think he did. I wouldn't put it past him. He seems, look, what we've heard some things about Stefon, and I'm gonna just say even just some of his behavior that we've heard publicly, even Cardi coming to vent after she finally broke up with him. You know, she said she was covering for him. She said, like, he's not all that. He's not all that. And I can believe it. I can believe almost anything about anybody. I'm gonna be honest, because nobody out here is perfect, and people do put their best face on, especially when that face makes you some money. So I mean, he he's a person. He could, anything can happen, and people also have bad days. So um, I don't, I don't put it past him. I think also if she is how I think she might be, this is just, yeah, I don't know this woman at all, but she, like the hairstylist said, she was trying to antagonize him that one day. So she was purposely trying to get under his skin, that she witnessed her antagonizing him. If that's the type of, those are just dangerous waters to be in. Not to mention, you're not family, you're not really a friend, you're a paid employee. But I guess she felt a little entitled living at his house. I don't know. I just think it's, next on the docket is going to be Clarence and, oh, not Clarence and past posts. Okay. Girl, you caught me. I was like Clarence, and I'm like, oh, Clarissa. Okay. You think so? Who's gonna be the victim? Who's who put who in a chokehold? I do too. They are giving her a fair shot at really reviewing her case, which that's the right thing to do. I hope the verdict comes, y'all. I mean, they'll get it. Maybe they'll be back in 10, 15 minutes. I mean, it's not a good look. You're a certain age. You're starting to look bad. Not even starting to look bad. It looks bad. You're not a young 20s anymore. You're when you're 30s. You got all these women. You went high profile, and you went high profile, very public, bringing your girlfriend to games, and you dragged her and made her look stupid in front of a lot of people. She was already in a high profile marriage, and that didn't turn out well. So sis had egg on her face, and she's not happy. You got all these babies. You were fooling around with all these women. they say you pass out checks and peen all at the same time over to the house. It's just not someone who you want selling aftershave and shaving cream. You know what I mean? He's not giving, you know what I'm saying? He's not giving somebody who you want to like advertise Pepsi or, you know, advertise for Buick or Cadillac. You think Tiger Woods is getting a driving, um, you know, promotion or sponsorship? No, the man is in the shithole right now, right? Stefan, even if he is found not guilty, he's got a bad reputation right now. He's too much of a ladies' man, and they're not saying nice things. I was not even I was gonna say Russell, but I didn't want to compare Russell because Russell is a whole nother level. But Russell is like your all around good guy with a good reputation. He loves his wife. We don't know if Russell Wilson is perfect, but we know one damn thing. His PR is clean. His PR is clean, and him and Sierra show up places looking very happy. Happy and, you know, aesthetically pleasing, all of the things. Um, you know, Yo, are they back?
Will the jurors and the defendant remain standing? All others may be seated.
Okay.
Madam Forelady, has your jury agreed upon a verdict?
Yes.
On count one, strangulation or suffocation, what is your verdict? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
On count two, the charge of assault and battery, what is your verdict? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Madam Forelady, members of the jury, hearken to your verdict as the court has recorded it. Upon your oath, you say that the defendant is not guilty of the count of strangulation or suffocation and not guilty of the count of assault and battery. So say you, Madam Forelady?
Yes.
So say all members of the jury.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Jurors, please be seated for a moment. Everyone be seated. Jurors, I told you during this trial and in my instructions that the verdict was your responsibility and your responsibility alone. Jurors, I want to thank each of you for your careful attention and your service throughout this trial. This case has involved a heightened level of public attention. Despite that, you have remained focused on the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law as I instructed you. That is exactly what is required, and it is essential to the fair administration of justice. I recognize that serving as a juror in any case can be demanding, and in a case such as this, it may have required additional patience and sacrifice. The court is grateful for the seriousness and integrity with which you have carried out your responsibilities. Now that your service is complete, you are free to discuss the case with others if you choose, but you are not required to do so. You should not feel any obligation to speak with anyone, including members of the media. If you are approached, you may simply decline. Whether or not to speak is entirely your decision. All I can say is that on behalf of the court and the parties, thank you again for your public service, and you are now excused with the thanks of the court.
All rise, jurors, and step down.
Stefon Diggs, sir, you've been found not guilty on the following charges: strangulation or suffocation and assault and battery. Such charges will automatically be sealed by the Office of the Commissioner of Probation and the Clerk's Office, unless you notify the Commissioner of Probation in writing within 10 days that you do not want the charges sealed, using the request not to seal court records under General Laws, Chapter 276, Section 100C form, which is available on mass.gov. The request not to seal form must be sent to the Office of the Commissioner of Probation by mail or email to the addresses provided on the form. If you want copies of any documents associated with these charges, you must request them immediately before the charges are sealed. Once the charges are sealed, you will not have access to related documents unless you file a motion with the court asking to unseal. Sir, you've been found not guilty. You're free to go, sir.
Okay, good.
Court, all rise.
Look.
Media, you can step outside now, media, please.
Let's let it play. Hey, baby.
Court stands at a recess.
Set up outside now, okay?
Thank
Set
you,
up
appreciate
outside for me. Thank you.
Well. Oh, you think so? Thank you. It was fun. I enjoyed the case.
Thank you.
Look, I don't never want to see somebody wrongly accused. The man, she was, like I said, I'm gonna say it again, and some people you can beg to differ. Someone said yesterday they didn't think that she was not credible. They found her to be credible. They just thought she was nervous and whatever, and that's fine. Everybody's got their own opinion. She did not help her case. It's very sad. If in fact she was assaulted by this man, she didn't do herself any favors, and unfortunately, she just lost her case. And it doesn't give her very good fitting for her, give very good footing for a civil suit, because that's where she was going. She's trying to get, file a $5.5 million suit allegedly against him. So I don't know, girl. I don't know how that's going to turn out, but she should have took the $100,000 that he offered her to recant her testimony and make this whole thing go away. She should have took that. She should have took that, and she could have started her business and been gone in the wind, and we would have never known anything. But that's, she got, look, they got their day in court, and the evidence was not presented that needed to exonerate him the way that needed to be presented. So, it's too bad. She should have took, girl. I don't know why when he said $100,000, she shouldn't have, like, sis, you were over there complaining about $6,000. He offered you $100,000. What she really wants is attention. Girl, she wanted him to be her boo. She thought she was going to be boo because she's, she's an attractive woman, and she's, she got a little wagon back there. She thought that she was she thought she was going to be boo, and she can cook. She had some training in France and Italy and all of the things, but she might have been able to have obtained a food truck. Look, she with $100,000, this is what she could have done. Got out of town, went someplace different, got her act together, found a different job, and had a couple of dollars in the bank. You know what I'm saying? It might not have gotten her everything that she wanted, but it could have been a clean start somewhere and actually get a better salary next time. I don't know, girl. Girl, she was over there feeling like a Martha. If you watch Handmaids and Testaments, you know what I'm talking about. They had her in the kitchen like a whole Martha, and she was feeling a way about it. Oh well. Okay, you guys. I'm gonna see y'all later. I have officially been live all day, and I gotta get up off this internet. We will we'll get together early tomorrow and handle that the Jarvis business. If he gets convicted today, I wonder if he will continue to be free until sentencing. Well, that was a great question, but they probably would have remanded him into custody, or they would have tried to continue the bond because it's not a murder case. They probably would have continued the bond until sentencing, but since that's not the case, it's not gonna happen. Sorry, I didn't see your question sooner, Bama girl. My bad, sis. The tackle equals true. Everything else equals lies. Okay. I do think that that's some intimate partner violence. He came in her room like, bitch, what? Because they were cussing each other out. And she probably said something slick. And, the way he cussed her out in those text messages, I totally believe he came for her because he got straight gutta in those messages. I don't doubt that she said something slick, and I don't doubt that he said something slick back and did something. He might have even smacked her. Girl, a mess. Anyway, The fact he came into her room like that, it seemed, look, people said that she did things to try to get his attention. So anyway, it's over. He was found not guilty, and we watched the whole trial. If you think that the verdict should have been something different, make sure to comment it and tell us why. If you're new here, make sure to subscribe to this channel. Why don't you? Okay. Like I said, we'll get into the Jarvis Butts calls tomorrow. You get a chance, go listen, and then we'll talk about it tomorrow. It was interesting. Um, we get into the jail calls here, and this was a new find. A channel called BTW. I shared it on my community wall. I shared the video, the first video from yesterday. So BTW behind the wall, Anna B. So go check her out. The calls are posted over there. We did react to the first 3 videos she put up, but she's got more and maybe more coming. I don't know. But at the end of the day, we'll get into the number 4 and number 5 tomorrow. Okay. You guys have a good evening. If I find the energy to come back and talk to y'all about something, I will. If not, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay. Take care, y'all. I'll see you later. Have a good night.